Good evening, councillors, staff, ladies and gentlemen. I invite you to bow your head in prayer. Almighty God, we ask you to guide us in all our discussions to show goodness, honesty, understanding, and wisdom in all that we undertake for the benefit of the city of Joondalup and our residents. Amen. Thank you. Please be seated. Nala Kardich Wajak Mort, Kain Kardak Nijabuja. We acknowledge Noongar people as the original custodians of this land. So I declare tonight's council meeting open at 6:31 p.m. In accordance with the recording and live streaming of council meetings council policy, this meeting will be video recorded and live streamed on the city's website, with the exception of confidential items and periods of adjournment as determined by the presiding member. Cameras have been positioned in such a way as to avoid members of the public, but by being present at this meeting, members of the public consent to the possibility that their image may be live streamed to the public. Recordings will also be made available on the city's website following the meeting. The official record of the meeting will be the written minutes kept in accordance with the Local Government Act 1995 and any relevant regulations. Members of the public gallery are also reminded it's a requirement under the Meeting Procedures Local Law 2013 to act in a courteous and respectful manner when in the council chamber. You are asked to show respect to anyone who is exercising their right to ask questions of the council and/or deliver public statements. I also ask that that respect extend to such people wherever they are on city premises while waiting for or having taken their opportunity to ask questions or deliver a public statement. Under the local law, a person must not create a disturbance by interrupting or interfering with the orderly conduct of proceedings. This includes expressing approval or dissent by conversing or any other means. Using personal electronic recording devices to record anyone or the meeting is also prohibited under the city's local law. I also would like to remind members of the public to show proper respect to the city's elected members and staff during proceedings. The next item on tonight's agenda is declarations of financial interest, proximity interest, and interests that may affect impartiality. At this stage, I've received a number of interests, so I'll just read them out one by one. The first is from Councillor John Chester. It's an interest that may affect impartiality. It's for item 1219, petition request to abandon construction of footpaths in Birch Place and Carew Place in Greenwood. It's an interest that may affect impartiality as some of the petitioners are known to Councillor Chester. I also have another interest that may affect impartiality for Councillor May. It's also for item 1219. It's an interest that may affect impartiality. 2 residents of Birch Place, Greenwood are known to Councillor May. I have a further declaration of interest also from Councillor May, again, for item 11.2, petition in relation to the proposed upgrades of Birch Park, Greenwood, including the construction of footpaths. It's an interest that may affect impartiality of 2 residents of Birch Place are known to Councillor May. I have an interest that may affect impartiality from Councillor Ventula. It's also for item 11.2, the petition in relation to the footpaths on Birch Park, Greenwood. It's an interest that may affect impartiality as a resident is known to Councillor Ventula. A further declaration from Councillor Ventula for item 12.11, corporate sponsorship program. It's an interest that may affect impartiality as employees of Joondalup Wolves are known to Councillor Ventula. A further declaration from Councillor Ventula for item 12.18, adjustment of the budget including capital works. It's an interest that may affect impartiality as Councillor Ventula is a vice patron of the Sorrento Surf Life Saving Club. A further declaration from Councillor Ventula for item 12.2, it's an interest that may affect impartiality as bar relay management are known to Councillor Ventula. A further one as well from Councillor Ventula again from item 12.20, it's an interest that may affect impartiality as members of the Whitford senior citizens are known to him. I've also received one from Councillor Pizzi for item 11.2. It's for the petition in relation to the proposed upgrades for Birch Park. It's an interest that may affect impartiality as people are known to Councillor Pizzi on Carew Place. Moving on to Councillor O'Neill, I've received an interest for item 12.1 for the development and subdivisions. It's a financial interest as he consults for residents listed on the item, I think that's item 12, within the city of Joondalup. So Councillor O'Neill will have to just ask you to leave the room for that one item. and an interest that may affect impartiality from Councillor Fishwick for item 1211, the corporate sponsorship program. It's an interest that may affect impartiality, as Councillor Fishwick is a member of the Masters Swimming Club. Councillor Hutton has also submitted an interest that may affect impartiality for item 1210, the strategic workforce plan, as Councillor Hutton has a family member employed by the city. Do I have any other further declarations of interest for tonight? It appears not. I have one, which is an interest that may affect impartiality, as I am the Secretary of the Friends of Yellowgonga Regional Park, and that's in relation to item 16.2, the notice of motion relating to turtle tracking. The next item of business is deputations, which was dealt with at the briefing session held on the 11th of November. We move then to public question time. There's been a number of questions which have been received from the council meeting, which have been received to this council meeting. There's been written answers provided to those, and those have been provided in the foyer. Just moving on to the registers. So there is a set of procedures which relates to public question time, and I request that you follow my direction at all times. You will have an opportunity to ask 2 questions, and your question should be directed to myself as chair and asked in a polite and respectful manner. So there has been a number of people who've registered to ask public questions. So I will start with the top of the register, and then after that, we'll then move to questions from the floor. So I'd like to call forward first Emma Copeland. And if you could please state your name and question for the public, your name and address for the public register before the question.
Good evening, Council. And as it's my first time with the new councillors, congratulations to everyone who's been elected, including our Mayor, Daniel Kingston. Thank you. My name is Emma Copeland. I'm 22 Ensign Way, Belden. I ask for the Council's patience as I briefly provide context to clarify my 2 questions. They relate to the Council's proposed Amendment 16 to Local Planning Scheme 3 to increase the protection level for 31 natural areas to environmental conservation. This matter is detailed in the Council's meeting minutes from the 27th of July 2024. The WA Planning Commission recommended to the Minister of Planning that only 2 of 31 reserves be reclassified, and so the Minister recently rejected the amendment for 29 natural reserves. I emailed the Minister's office to express my dismay that he overruled Council and community on the proposed amendment.
Sorry, Ms. Copeland.
Yep,
we could
it's
just
getting to the point.
Come to the question. Thank you.
Yep. Yesterday I received a reply from the Assistant Director of Land Use Planning. He stated that 29 reserves weren't given increased protection as they should, I quote, continue to be used for recreational enjoyment. Which brings me to my first question. Was the Council told this was the basis for WA Planning Commission's rejection of the reclassification to environmental conservation?
Thank you for the question. We'll go to Director Lee. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you. Thank you for the question. The city is not formally advised through the decision-making process once the amendment goes to the Department of Planning as to what the recommendations or the reasons behind the Department or the Commission's recommendations to the Minister might be. However, on the outcome of Amendment 16, we did follow up, and at officer level we were advised the reserves that weren't carried through as requested was because the reclassification it wasn't supported as it was felt that the existing public open space reservation was considered suitable to allow for the ongoing protection of the environmental values on the land as intended through the city's public open space framework whilst maintaining the recreational function of the respective reserves.
Thank you. Can I begin with the next question. Further to the correspondence with the Assistant Director, he stated that access to those reserves for recreational enjoyment was, I quote, a significant matter of concern during the amendment public consultation period. The July minutes don't refer to recreational and enjoyment as a significant matter for the concern for the 5 objections from 67 public submissions, which leads me to question 2. Can the Council tell us what matters of concern were raised, by whom, and how many?
Thank you. Director Lee.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Through you. The City can refer back to the outcomes of public consultation report we presented to Council. That would be the level of detail that we'd be able to provide publicly. That would, from the top of my head, outline the number of submissions, those for and against, the key themes provided in each. We wouldn't be able to provide the specifics of who exactly made a submission. We keep that information confidential, but certainly the summary of the consultation outcomes is available for the public to view on our website.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next person on our register is Nanette Brammer.
Nanette Bremer, 62 Blackpool Promenade in Iluka. My first question is regards 12.2, the proposed alfresco area for Barrelay in a car park by removing car bays. Development was already originally approved with a shortfall of 7 car bays. The area is already overflowing with cars in streets on busy days. Mind you, the assessment was done on a winter day, so that doesn't give you a real good figure. Why should they be allowed an alfresco area in a car park where it's hot and where there is a shortage of car bays already?
Thank you for the question. We'll go to the Director for Planning.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Through you. At the moment, the alfresco space isn't allowed. Currently, that's what the proponent's seeking approval for. Ultimately, the City's not able to direct what someone can and can't apply for. We do accept and assess each application on its merit. As outlined in the officer report, the application consists of 2 elements, one an alfresco space and one of a storage area. The officer recommendation is that the storage area be approved but the alfresco space does not, and ultimately it will be Council later this evening making a decision as to whether or not they believe the alfresco space should or shouldn't be approved. But to your question in relation to parking, what the City required the applicant to do in this instance was to undertake a parking assessment to assess the peaks and troughs of parking to try and substantiate that any loss of parking would able to be accommodated.
Thank you. Your second question?
Thank you, Director of Planning. My second question is actually a follow-up on the first one, and it says that approval was requested for a storage area by the proprietor, but no approval was received. It was constructed anyway against a wall metres from residents' homes. Now the proprietor asks for approval retrospectively. Why should this now be approved? It's setting a really bad precedent if it will be approved. Can you please let me know, or us know, why that should be approved?
Thank you. I think that's going to be the debate of tonight's item, but Director, do you wish to go through an element of the officer's recommendation?
Thank you. Through you, Mr Mayor. Perhaps I can respond to the question by outlining how we undertake our compliance action when a development or a structure has been built without approval and brought to the City's attention. We do undertake an investigation, and if that is found to be the case, that there's a breach being committed, we do seek to rectify that through a number of different ways. One of them is to require the applicant to seek retrospective approval for it. That's what has occurred in this instance. We became aware of the storage area being constructed without approval, and so the applicant seeking to legitimise that space as part of this application. When it comes to decision making, whilst there may be a breach in the first instance that's led to the application, it's not actually something that can be taken into account in the planning decision itself. The decision needs to rely on the planning merits of the application outside of a assumption that the wrong thing has been done or will be done in the future. And in that instance, we've assessed this one on its merits, acknowledging the background to it, but also formed the view that the storage space is appropriate, subject to some conditions that we've outlined in our recommendation.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next person on our register is Mitch Sidiris from Mullaloo, if you'd like to come forward.
Yep, Mitch Sideris, Mullaloo. First off, I'd like to congratulate all those members, either new or re-elected to this council. I refer to the questions I submitted in writing, and I draw everybody's attention to question 4, and in particular the top photo, and I've read the response. However, the top photo describes pictorially and in fact that that dune was solid, was not moving, and it was a 1 metre wide swathe was cut from the car park to the beach and then truncated at the eastern end at 45 degrees. Can you please explain how that fits in and compares with the response, which is completely contradictory, in fact, to the response?
Thank you, Mr. Sidiris. We'll take the first part of the question to the Acting Director, Mr. Hamling.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, at the Hillary's Dog Beach, we have continual erosion problems, as well as, you know, we're dealing with some asbestos issues through there at the moment time. It is a moving dune. We have had erosion issues onto the footpath, just about encroaching onto the car park at times. We are currently looking at stabilisation work through there, and part of that was to increase the size of the path just to actually get it to be able to be maintained, and also then have a look at an alternate as so that the path would not erode. So we had drop-offs for the users of that beach going down onto the flat surface near the water. So by looking at doing a 45 degree, 90 degree path down facing north, that has actually worked so far in maintaining that beach access. Secondly, the dune through there is degraded. It is seaweed spinach through there, which has colonised, but it is not native vegetation. And so at the moment we're still looking at shaping that vegetation and then ongoing stabilisation work once we've completed the asbestos removal to actually stabilise that dune and have a long-term fix for that area.
Thank you. Mr. Sidiris, a second question.
Yeah, question 2. In fact, there's no asbestos in that dune. I refer you to the response to answer question 5. The question, if you read it, talks about it having a stabilised native vegetation on that dune. The question then went on to ask for the number of the clearing permit reference. No response to that number has been provided. Can you now provide me with the clearing permit reference so that it indicates that you've done the action legitimately in accordance with the EPA, so with the EP Act and the native vegetation regulations that come within that Act?
Thank you, Mr. Sidiris. We'll go to the Acting Director.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, previously we have looked at these works. The works is of a nature to ensure that path stays open. Secondly, the sand dune is denuded. We've had staff out there qualified who know that there is no native vegetation on those areas which we've been working on, and we will continue to manage that dune in a way so we actually get a stabilised, revegetated dune in the future once we've completed the works.
Thank you for your questions, Mr. Sideris.
Didn't answer the question.
Mr. Sideris, we just have to remember that as part of these meetings, not to adversely reflect. Thank you. We'll move on to the next questioner on our register. We have Suzanne Apps.
Suzanne Apps, 11 Pennant Place, Woodvale. I noted with interest the recent entry in the behavioural breach register regarding Councillor Jones. Having lived in Adelaide for many years, I recognise the establishment referenced in the expense claim at Adelaide's most notorious strip club, hardly the kind of venue most ratepayers would expect to be linked to a councillor-funded trip or conference. Can the City please explain how this matter was identified and uncovered?
Thank you, Ms. Apps. Mr. CEO, or to... Thank you. So to Director Parry. Thank you.
Through Mr. Mayor, thank you very much for the question. It was identified through a claim for a reimbursement of an alcoholic beverage.
Thank you. Ms. Apps, your second question.
As we can all surely agree that attempting to claim reimbursements for alcohols purchased at a strip club is not reasonable and does not pass the pub test. Neither, I believe, is it reasonable to claim for alcohol at late-night venues. Councillor Jones obviously believed it was an acceptable claim, which raises a broader question about what other claims have been made over the years that similarly fail to meet the reasonable community standards.
Point of order, is this a question?
I'm bringing Ms. Apps to a question. The phrase which she was interrupted of saying this raises the question, so I presume that's where the question's bidding. So Ms. Apps, if we could bring you to the question briefly.
I will do. Knowing
Thank you.
how difficult it can be sometimes to match an ABN and a trading name to the venue or nature of a business, will the City be undertaking a full audit of Councillor Jones's past expenses claims?
Thank you. We'll go to the Acting Director. Sorry, Director Parry.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, through you. With all of the expense claims that are provided, a venue or something, it's not just a request for a reimbursement. There is advice of the ABN tax file number. It's a proper receipt that needs to be provided to the City to be able to justify any expenditure, and it is assessed against the elected member entitlements policy, so there is a fair amount of rigour that goes into the assessment of all receipts received. Thank you.
Could I get a motion to extend public question time for another 15 minutes? Moved by Councillor O'Neill, seconded by Councillor May. Could I have those all in favour of extending public question time? That is myself as the Mayor. It's not, well, it wasn't unanimous before. It's unanimous now with Councillor Pizzey. Thank you.
Can I ask a question on this, please?
As a member of the public or
No, as a councillor.
No. There's been previous rulings that elected members don't participate in public question time, and that's also the determination from the Department of Local Government in their Guide on Standing Orders and interpreting the Act for public question time. Thank you. We will resume then with the register of members of the public who registered questions in advance. We will go to Mr. Steve Field.
Steve Field, 25 Parley Trail, Edgewater. Mr. Mayor, I've just one question this evening. I would like to raise the subject of street lighting. Could I ask when or if there is any program to upgrade lighting? I understand that this probably falls under the jurisdiction of Western Power in Edgewater. My suburb was established in the 1970s, so rough guess, around about 50 years ago, as were so many others in the surrounding areas. Whilst the lighting probably satisfied standards back then, is it not time that some form of audit is conducted to ensure that the public's safety and security, as most of these suburbs have very limited footpaths and slowly increasing infill is happening, which is increasing pedestrian vehicle movements and traffic?
Thank you, Mr. Field. We'll have to move to a question. Is there a brief element you want to add, or is that
That's it.
Thank you.
That's my question.
I think if we go to the Acting Director for Infrastructure.
Through you, Mr Mayor, I'll ask the Manager of Engineering Services to reply.
Thank you.
Thank you for the question, through you, Mr Mayor. Yes, Edgewater is mostly owned by, the streetlights there is mostly owned by Western Power. They are going through a program currently to improve their lighting. That's for them, it's their asset at this stage. Current indications is about a 10-year work program that they're working through. Information about that is on their website.
Okay. Can I just add one more thing to that? I understand.
Would you like to phrase it as a question?
Sorry. Okay. Done?
Thank
All
you.
right, no worries. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Field. We'll now move to Mrs. Sonia McCaw.
Good evening, Mr Mayor, councillors. Welcome everyone new and everyone back. 55 Sherrington Road, Greenwood. This might seem a bit random. I was doing some fact-checking through the recent election, because wasn't that fun? And I noticed, I just came across some random documents, and I noticed that some councillors seem to have quite low attendance rates to meetings, briefing sessions and the like, whereas others have attendance of nearly 100%. I also noticed that there was an attendance fee paid, but it also reads like the attendance fee is paid regardless of attendance. Is this correct?
We'll go to Director Parry, but there's a choice how reimbursements are made, whether they're by meeting or paid in an annual sum. So we'll go to Director Parry.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Yes, the council does have a choice of either paying a meeting fee by attendance at meetings, or can pay a fee for an annual fee for attendance at meetings. But it's to be noted that it only relates to the formal meetings really of the council. So anything to do with informal meetings like strategy sessions or briefing sessions, they're not included within the fee structure that's provided within the legislation. So it really only relates to the formal meetings of the council.
Sorry, I might not have been clear enough. I'm just wondering if a councillor, for example, turns up to 100% of the meetings, does he get paid the same as the councillor who only turns up to 50% of the meetings? Like, do they all get the same pay regardless of how often they turn up? That's kind of my question.
We'll take that as the second question. I believe the answer is yes, but Director Parry.
Through you, Mr Mayor, yes, that answer is yes. Because the council pays a meeting fee, an annual meeting fee, so it doesn't matter how many meetings that elected member may turn up to, they will get the same fee, although they still are obliged to take heed of the leave of absence provisions within the legislation as well, which provides for the amount of absence that you are permitted to have away from council meetings.
So was that my second question, Gone?
That was your second question, I'm sorry to say.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms McCaw. Our next person on the register is Bettina Gould.
Good evening, Bettina Gould, Shoalwater Parkway, Iluka. Can the City clarify the distinction in its policy between reasonable expenses incurred in the course of legitimate city business, such as a drink taken with a meal during a work-related travel covered by the City, and discretionary social spending after official duties have concluded? And how was this distinction applied when assessing the expenses recently submitted following a conference?
Thank you, Ms Gould. We'll go to Director Parry.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and it's a very detailed question, and it's probably something I'd prefer to take on notice and provide a little bit more of a detailed response to, because we do have a subjective assessment of what we consider to be normally acceptable with regard to meals and refreshments, and what might constitute consumption of alcohol with regard to that. And that is universally applied. However, I think there's some complexity in your question that might require me to just give it a bit more thought rather than providing a statement that.
Would you like me to email it to you?
Yeah, no, we should be able to
take
pick it up here, so
Okay, thank
that
you.
will be fine.
What assessment has the city undertaken regarding the reputational risk arising from a recent incident? What measures are currently in place to protect the city's public standing and reassure residents that similar conduct will not occur in the future?
Thank you, Ms. Gould. We'll go to Director Parry again.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the code of conduct, or the model standard code of conduct which applies to the city of Joondalup, we are committed to upholding those principles of good governance, transparency and accountability in all of its operations, and I think the public register with regard to the code of conduct complaints demonstrates the city's commitment to adhering to those particular principles, and we expect our elected members and our officers to act in accordance with those high ethical and moral standards that reflect that trust that is given to us within the community. Code of conduct matters are considered seriously by the council and the community. If they experience matters which don't adhere to the code of conduct, then they are also entitled to be able to make complaints with regard to breaches of behaviour, which is something that we, I think, at the city are proud to be able to avail members of the community and each other to.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. That completes the people who are on the public register. Is there anyone from the gallery who wishes to ask a public question? If you could raise your hand. We'll go to Ms. Norman at the back. Oh, no, you have to come down to the microphone. If we could just get you to state your name and address for the public record as well.
Sorry, it's Lisa Norman, and sorry, what was the other thing?
Oh, name and address.
Oh, address. 8 Stockdale Avenue, Sorrento.
Thank you.
My question is just related to the questions that were just asked. I just wanted to know if it is usual for drinks to be reimbursed by the council for councillors at venues where food is not being consumed.
Thank you for the question. We'll go to Director Parry.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Similar to the previous question, as I mentioned, we apply a normally accepted ruling for meals and refreshments where we may say that 2 alcoholic beverages is the maximum that will be reimbursed for a meal when making a claim for reimbursement of expenses.
Okay, thank you.
Do you have a second question, or is that?
No, it was just that one. Thank
That's
you.
it. There's enough time for one further question if there's anybody else from the public. Ms. McCaw, you've already asked 2 questions. Is there anybody else? No, in that case, I declare public question time closed. The next item on tonight's agenda is public statement time. So again, there is a set of procedures relating to public statement time, and I will request that you follow my direction at all times. You are able to make a statement for up to 2 minutes, and your statement should be directed to myself as the chair and be polite and respectful. No questions or discussion will occur at the end of your statement. So we'll start with the people who are on the public register, and we'll ask you to come and state your name and address as you come down. So we probably have more names than we will have time, so I will try and alternate some of the items if we've got double ups for particular things. So we will start with the top of the register, which is Mr. Guy Austin Crowe.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and councillors. My name is Guy Austin Crowe of 183 Kingsley Drive, Kingsley, and I am speaking this evening as chairperson of Friends of Yillagongga Regional Park regarding item 16.2. To ensure the long-term survival of our turtle population, a comprehensive, consistent conservation strategy is essential. Such a strategy must include predator and feral animal management, road safety and mitigation measures, habitat protection and rehabilitation, water quality monitoring, and critically, turtle nest protection. This season, our volunteers have recorded no evidence that the city's minimum 10% turtle nest survival target is being met. We have already seen nests lost to predation and environmental pressures simply because we were not permitted access to protect them in time. These are preventable losses. To deliver meaningful outcomes, greater access to wetland areas is urgently required, especially Neil Hawkins Park, Picnic Cove and other key nesting sites. At present, 0 areas on City of Joondalup managed land are protected, and the reduced access this year has prevented us from achieving what we delivered in 2024, 180 protected nests. Friends of Yellowgonga greatly appreciate the vests, nets, pegs and signage provided. Volunteers contribute hundreds of unpaid hours each season. We are ready and willing to continue. We simply need the access and support to do it properly. The return on investment for the city is enormous. A highly effective environmental program delivered at minimal cost, powered by community commitment. Supporting this motion aligns directly with the city's sustainability commitment, its goal of protecting biodiversity and its practice of engaging the community in conservation. This is not a new program, it is a continuation of a proven model already agreed to by all stakeholders. We are asking to work collaboratively with the City of Joondalup staff and the wider community to develop a truly best practice, effective and meaningful conservation effort for 2026 and beyond. Our turtles cannot afford another season without full and consistent protection. I respectfully ask Council to support item 16.2 so that together we can safeguard this species, not only for today, but for future generations who deserve to see turtles in Yellowgonga, not just read about them.
Thank you, Mr. Austin Crowe. The next person on the register we have is Mr. Vincenzo, and I can't quite read the last name, starting with G, from speaking about item 16.1, if you could come forward. Just having trouble with the handwriting. That's all right, if you just name and address for the public register, thank you.
The typists, when there were typing pools, used to have the same difficulties.
That's all right, thank you, whenever you're ready.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor, councillors, CEO, members of the public. My name is Vincent Granieri of 44 Henry Lawson Walk in East Perth. My wife, Franca, and I own commercial properties at 1 and 7 Y Street, home to 15 businesses, including medical and allied practices, counselling and psychological clinics, professional services, a restaurant, and a radiology centre. These essential services rely heavily on short-stay customer parking. Until 1 July, the 27 car bays on Collier Pass and Y Street operated under 1 and 2 hour limits. Since the shift to untimed parking, these bays have become available for overflow parking for all-day train commuters and long-stay parking for nearby businesses and their staff. The result is that clients are having difficulty finding parking as these bays are often fully taken. We now have 3 vacant tenancies that are increasingly difficult to lease as prospective tenants become aware of parking concerns. We have documented this with photographs showing Y Street fully occupied on a regular basis. The impact is real and it is happening now. We raised this with the CEO, submitted a tenant position and have spoken with councillors Hill and Hutton, whose support we appreciate. We also acknowledge MLA Emily Hamilton's written support for reinstating time parking. We believe the current arrangements arise from misinterpreting the city centre place activation strategy. Its core and outer boundaries guide placemaking and planning priorities, not parking. Applying them to parking policy is inappropriate as the short-term parking needs of client-based psychology or radiology clinics remain unchanged, irrespective of whether they are located in the core or the outer. There has been no consultation with us or our tenants. The policy is also being applied inconsistently. Onslow Street is classified in the same on-street outer area and retains its 2 hour limits for similar businesses. I advise that as late as this morning, tenants have advised me that their clients have complained about
Mr.
having difficulty.
Sorry, the limit is 2 minutes. So if you'd like to just briefly conclude with if you've got 5 seconds.
Yep, we respectfully request that council reinstate the previous 2 hour limit in front of 1 and 7 Y Street as soon as possible. This will protect the viability of the
Thank you, Mr. Granero. Sorry, we have to have a strict limit so we can fit everyone in.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next person on our list is, we will go to Mr. Mike Norman, and he's one of the freemen of the city. So thank you for joining us tonight and coming to make a statement.
Good evening, Mayor and Councillors. My name is Michael Norman, 8 Stockdale Avenue, Sorrento. Regarding Scheme Amendment number 16 to DPS 3, passed by Council on the 24th of August. Firstly, thanks to the Council and the City Planning Department for proactively applying to have 32 bushland remnants rezoned as environmental conservation and adding the Duncraig Library bushland to that list. But I'm very disappointed that only 2 of what I think is 32 were submitted were rezoned by the Minister for Planning. The Minister for Planning, the WAPC and DPLH have failed to understand the importance of this request, which is strongly supported by Council and our community. The wishes of the local community are being ignored with no satisfactory explanation, leaving the bushland remnants potentially available for future development. This is particularly disappointing to the friends groups who are directly involved, volunteering to enhance the biodiversity of 4 of those bushland remnants, who want to see the conservation status of those reserves upheld long term. But the friends group members would like to see all the bushland remnants rezoned, have them included in an updated local biodiversity strategy, budget are made available to manage them to at least preserve the existing biodiversity against their threats, and plans made by the city to enhance the wildlife linkages to the surrounding larger reserves. I suggest that 1 or more elected members request that the city resubmit the amendment for reclassification for the rejected parcels for reconsideration by the Minister, citing the strong community and council support to do so, and the importance of these bushland remnants as wildlife habitat and linkages in part of the metropolitan area which has been largely urbanised and actually is classified as one of the lower canopy areas within the metropolitan area, tree canopy areas. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Norman. Thank you for joining us tonight. Next person on the register is Mr. Jim Murphy.
Good evening, Lord Mayor and councillors. My name is Jim Murphy and I reside at 23/11 Mykonos View in Iluka, and it's the One Iluka Apartments. Our walkway overlooks the car park and the shops including Bar Olay. I'm here to raise my concerns of the impending application for Bar Olay to extend their business out into the public car park at Iluka Plaza Shopping Centre. Their proposal is to take up several existing parking bays so they can have an alfresco area for their patrons. There are a number of concerns. The first being having an alfresco area in a public car park area. The alfresco area being in the car park with both alcohol and patrons, and when you mix together, you get noise. The noise will directly hit the apartment building. When Bar One Olay had their opening, they had alcohol and patrons in the car park, and the noise got louder and louder as the celebrations went on and on. The car park is for motor vehicles, not an extension for businesses for the sake of financial gain, and I'm not sure how many alfresco areas are in public car parks. Moving on, an alfresco area in a public car park presents many logistical and safety concerns. To have an alfresco in the car park is a recipe for disaster, with vehicle movements on a regular basis that could possibly cause injury to patrons should a vehicle get out of control. Also, one only has to see the behaviour of motorists in car parks. Some use it as a racetrack, and let me assure you, the Iluka car parks are no different. Bar Olay want to encroach on the public car park, and it's not designed to cater for alfresco area. And because of the noise from patrons, it will have an adverse effect on residents in the area. This site is not an industrial site where noise and activity is okay, but this is a residential
Mr.
area,
Murphy.
and the wants and needs of
Mr.
the
Murphy.
residents need to be respected.
Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you for coming. We need to move to now Michelle Kwok, who's on item 1219 tonight.
Michelle Kwok, 15 Crowford Ocean Reef. Good evening, Mayor, Councillors. Regarding petition to abandon the footpath at Birch Place and Carew Place, City officers' representation at briefing session claims these footpaths will provide connectivities to the local school and to improve safety. When questioned regarding records of accidents, we were told the city does not hold any records of reported accidents at this location. As there are no records as a baseline, there's no evidence to support that safety will be improved. Footpaths have a tendency to concentrate users into a smaller space. Pedestrians on a footpath often need to be mindful of the presence of bicycles, scooters, mobility scooters sneaking up from behind, whereas walking on a tarmac through a quiet cul-de-sac is much safer than having to negotiate with other users on a shared path. The director also indicated that pedestrians always prefer the shortest route. The proposed footpath at Carew Place will lead onto a pedestrian crossing, funneling parents and school children to shortcut through the bush area into reversing vehicles in the car park. This proposal will have the opposite effect to its intended purpose to improve safety. The footpath in Carew Place will disturb the tree roots badly, and the tree is likely to die. The $40,000 does not include removing the tree. This is an example of how costs have risen for reasons beyond the city's control by underestimating the actual work involved. These footpaths do not fulfill the Financial Sustainability Guiding Principles 2025 in response to community needs. I urge Council to abandon the installation of footpaths. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kwok. Given that there's more people on the list than we'll have time for, I will go to different subjects. They all get covered. So the next one will be Faye Gilbert, and then we'll be doubling up on some of the topics after that. So Ms. Gilbert, if you could come forward.
Thank you. Good evening. Faye Gilbert, Chairperson of Callaroo Residents Association at 29 Northwood Way, Callaroo. My statement is about public consultation. Firstly, a reminder on recent history on the subject of public consultation in the city and the long-lasting repercussions of when just the bare minimum is undertaken. Over 10 years ago, the housing opportunity areas were created in the city for infill. All affected residents were written to and consulted on a modest rezoning. That was a tick. The state then asked the city to consider higher rezoning. This was accepted by the then council with the very bare minimum consultation of a very small newspaper ad, which many residents didn't see. The council is still dealing with repercussions today of this lack of consultation. The erosion of trust in local government process and fairness, and the cost to ratepayers of hundreds of thousands of dollars in additional consultation and time spent since. Fast forward to the major works project on North Shore Drive in Callaroo, a project which will significantly impact residents. What have they been told? Well, not a lot, only that they'll just be notified before the works start. No consultation with the residents, or will have a road, a roundabout and a new car park built within metres of their homes. This doesn't make sense. Has so little been learnt from previous missteps and other projects which have had little to no consultation. In the city's consultation policy statement, it recognised the importance of effective, transparent and accessible community consultation. Let's apply this to these works. It says that things like new community facilities we will be consulted on. These works include a new community facility, a car park. Residents of Callaroo urge you not to be afraid to consult with us. Most of those most impacted by the works want to be involved.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We will now go to Darren Holscher.
Good evening, Mayor Daniel and councillors, and thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Darren Hulsher, and I'm the Operations Manager for the Esculent Group with Nikki and Ryan present tonight. I'm here on behalf of our entire team to respectfully request your support for the approval of the small alfresco dining area at Iluka Plaza. We are a family-run hospitality group operating Hillary's Beach Club, Bar Olay, and the newly opened Sorrento Beach Club in Hillary's Marina, employing over 330 local staff. Many of these team members live within the city of Joondalup. For us, hospitality is not simply a business, it's also our commitment to help build and support vibrant local communities. Community engagement is truly at the core of who we are. Our venues host local events, support sporting and community groups, provide valuable first jobs for young people, and create safe, welcoming spaces for families and visitors to enjoy. We have always believed that our success is directly tied to the vibrancy and well-being of the communities and the city that we operate in. The alfresco area we are seeking approval for is a modest and carefully considered addition to Bar Olay, one that was agreed upon at the lease signing and intended to enhance the customer experience during the warmer months as we live in a wonderful state with wonderful weather. In a challenging hospitality environment, these small but meaningful improvements help ensure the long-term sustainability of the business. We recognize the concerns that were raised by nearby residents, and I want to address them openly. On noise, we already have strict controls, no bottle disposal after 7 p.m., outdoor music kept low and turned off by 9 p.m., and a strong internal culture of respect for our neighbors, many of whom are our own staff living within the same street. Regarding the storage area, we are completely open to solutions, whether relocation, redesign, or visual improvements are required. We are willing to work with the neighbors to collaboratively to ensure it aligns with the expectations and appearance of the plaza and remains compliant. Over the past year, the city has highlighted its commitment to improving and streamlining alfresco dining processes with strong community support reflected across social media and local news. In light of this direction, is the City of Joondalup willing to work collaboratively with Bar Olay to identify any remaining requirements and support us in meeting them so that we can operate in a alfresco area that aligns with the city's objectives for activation and improved public amenity?
Thank you, Mr. Hulsler. That concludes your time. Thank you. That expires all the time we have for public question time. So I declare public question time closed, and we then move to the next item on our agenda, which is apologies and leaves of absence. We've received a number in advance, so does anybody else have an apology which they wish to submit to the meeting? It appears not. Could I get a mover for then the recommendation as it's on the screen? So I have it moved by Councillor Vinciulo, seconded by Councillor O'Neill. Councillor Vinciulo, do you wish to speak to the item?
Reserve my right.
Councillor O'Neill?
No, nothing to add.
Any further comments? No, in that case, we'll put the leaves of absence to a vote. If we could get that on the screen. And if we could vote on the screen, please. Thank you. I declare the voting closed and the item is carried unanimously. The next item on tonight's agenda is confirmation of minutes, and we are confirming the minutes of the ordinary council meeting held on the 14th of October, the ordinary meeting on the 14th of October, and the special meetings held on the 22nd of October and the 3rd of November. Could I get a mover for the minutes? Moved by Councillor May, seconded by Councillor Vinciulo. Councillor May, do you wish to speak to the mic? Councillor Vinciulo. Thank you. Anybody else wish to address the minutes? In that case, we will go straight to a vote. And again, that's on the screen, if everyone could cast their votes. Thank you. I declare the voting closed and the item is carried unanimously. The next item is announcements by the presiding member without discussion. So the first announcement is Christmas in the City. Joondalup is lighting up for the festive season with the Christmas Lights Trail, transforming the city centre into a glowing wonderland. Bring your family and friends enjoying the dazzling displays and share your festive snaps by tagging at uptown.joondalup. The Christmas twilight markets are also an ideal place to tick off everything off on your Christmas shopping list. They return to Central Walk every Friday from the 28th of November to the 19th of December, offering handmade crafts, unique gifts, and delicious treats. More event details can be found on joondalup.wa.gov.au/Christmas Uptown. Moving to Streets Alive, Davidson Terrace is set for an exciting upgrade thanks to a $75,000 Streets Alive grant, creating a safer, greener and more welcoming space in the heart of Joondalup. Construction begins in the new year, marking the first step in a broader vision to revitalise the city centre. Residents, businesses and visitors are invited to share ideas and stay involved at joondalup.wa.gov.au. Moving then to the Centennial Lone Pine. A Centennial Lone Pine grown from seeds of the original Gallipoli tree has been planted at Ocean Reef Marina near the Anzac Memorial Arch. Donated by the Joondalup City RSL President Rick Green, this living memorial honours the courage and sacrifice of servicemen and women and stands as a symbol of peace and hope for future generations. As Ocean Reef Marina continues to be developed as a place of residence and recreation, the community will be encouraged to visit the memorial and the tree to reflect and remember. The next item on tonight's agenda is identification of matters for which the meeting may be closed to the public. There is one confidential report, if it's withdrawn, which is item 12.5, a confidential status of legal actions, and two reports with confidential attachments being items 12.15.3 and 12.16.3. So if there's any discussion on the confidential attachments for item 12.15, the tender of stormwater drainage pipes, and of course for item 12.16, which is the supply of delivery precast products, these reports will be dealt with behind closed doors. So does anybody have an intention to discuss the confidential attachments? No? So that makes things simple. So in that case, I will be proposing a motion to change the order of business, just so we don't have to put people out of the room halfway through the meeting and invite them back. And that is in accordance with Clause 14.1 of the City of Joondalup Meeting Procedures Local Law, we suspend the operation of Clause 4.3, Order of Business of the City of Joondalup Meeting Procedures, to enable the consideration of status of legal actions report to be discussed at the end of tonight's agenda. So I'm willing to move. We'll have it seconded by Councillor Hill. I don't wish to speak to it. Councillor Hill, any further discussion? We'll move straight to a vote. Could we get that on the voting screens? And if I could ask you to cast your votes. Thank you. I declare the voting closed and the item is carried unanimously. The next item on tonight's agenda then is we move to petitions. So the city is currently in receipt of two petitions, and they're on the screen before us. The first is in relation to keeping cats controlled and confined to their premises, and the second is in relation to the proposed upgrades for Birch Park Greenwood, including the construction of footpaths in relation to the proposed upgrades in Birch Park. Could I get a mover and a seconder for the petitions? Moved Councillor O'Neill, seconded Councillor Hutton. Councillor O'Neill, do you wish to address the item?
No.
No. Councillor Hutton. Thank you. Any other discussion? No. We'll move straight to a vote then. Could I have that on the screens, please? Thank you. If you could cast your votes. Thank you. I declare the voting closed and the item carried unanimously. So the next item on tonight's agenda is the reports section. So I will start going clockwise around the room, starting with the Deputy Mayor. And if we could just, if everyone could flag their intention about which items they wish to withdraw, or if they have amendments or alternates to present. So starting with Deputy Mayor Rafters.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. For me, 12.5, 12.10 and 12.21, please.
Thank you, Councillor Rafters. Councillor Fishwick.
None, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Fishwick. Councillor O'Neill.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Firstly, I do believe that somebody will need to call out 12.1 as well, as I will have to withdraw myself from the room for the vote.
I'll probably do that one.
I would like to withdraw 12.2 for a possible alternate, depending on the situation from the other alternate which has been circulated. 12.11, if I may. 12.12, 12.13, 12.19, and I do have an alternate with the city. 12.20, again with another alternate with the city. And I believe that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Chester.
Yes, thank you. 12.17, and I was going to draw out 12.19, but no, it's just 12.17, thank you.
Councillor Vinciula.
Thank you. Through you. Mine have been drawn, so none for me tonight. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Vinciula. Councillor Pizzi. Councillor Pizzi.
They've all been pulled, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor May.
Likewise, no thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jones.
12.2 for my ward's already been pulled.
Thank you. And Councillor Mercer, I know you have an alternate, so what I'll be proposing with that, given there's a number of that, we'll go to Councillor Mercer's alternate first, and if that's not successful, then we'll go through the other versions of the alternate, the other three. So thank you. Are there any others you wish to withdraw?
No, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Hutton.
Yeah, thank you. I'd like to withdraw 12.7. Now, 12.11 and 12.12, I have two alternates that have been circulated from the briefing session. So I would like to move those, obviously at the discretion of the chair. That's 12.11 and 12.12.
Councillor O'Neill, I'll have Councillor Hutton withdraw 12.11 and 12.12, given he's got the alternates, which just add an additional point.
Yes,
Is that acceptable? Thank you.
Yeah, and then I think it's already been mentioned, 12.17. On that one, I will be suggesting an amendment or foreshadowing an alternate motion on that one.
Thank you. And Councillor Hill.
None thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. In that case, we'll first begin with item 12.1, which is the development subdivisions. And if we could have, we'll also need to withdraw 12.18, which is the amendments to the budget. So, yep. In that case, we'll begin with item 12.1, and we'll ask Councillor Vinciula, sorry, not Councillor Vinciula, Councillor O'Neill to leave the room with his financial interest. Thank you. I'm willing to move the officer's recommendation as written. Could I get a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Hutton. I don't wish to speak to the motion. Councillor Hutton, are there any other comments or questions? No, in that case, I don't wish to close. Could we just move straight to a vote then on the screens? Thank you. If you could all cast your votes. Councillor Pizzi?
Yeah, I'm thinking. Thank you.
Thank you. I declare the voting closed and the item carried unanimously. Thank you. We will now move to item 12.2, which is the small bar additions at Ole Bar. And so we have Councillor Mercer. You have an alternate. So if you wish to move that.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. And Councillor O'Neill, do you wish to second Councillor Mercer's alternate? Thank you. Councillor Mercer, when you're ready, you've got 5 minutes, and if you need an extension, just signal. Thank you.
Thank you. The Council have considered the application made under Clause 60 of the Planning and Development, Local Planning Schemes, Regulation 2015 Schedule 2, refuses the application dated 7th of April 2025 submitted by Dynamic Planning and Development. The applicant, on behalf of the owners, AGM PG 33 Pty Ltd for small bar on lot 649 O'Mara Boulevard, Iluka, as the proposal having regard to C1.672H, N2 and S2 of the Planning and Development Local Planning Schemes Regulations 215 does not meet the objectives of the Iluka Structure Plan number 26 as the alfresco and storage area and associated operations will result in an increased on-site parking shortfall and increased noise and activity levels that will be detrimental impact on the amenity of the adjoining owners. My rationale for this, I was asked to attend to look at Bar Ole over the weekend by residents of the nearby structures. I was taken up to one of the balconies and looked over at the storage area. There was refuge bins there. When I got back home and had a look at the agenda, I would like to note the applicant sought retrospective approval for a waste and general storage area. However, the application was later amended to general storage to store empty kegs and the like, after it was identified that it was not possible to meet the health regulations for the bin store, such as the hose cock and drainage. I did take a photo of this, and it's clear from the photo there is definitely bins in the area. And the concern from residents is we're coming into summer, temperatures of 40 degrees plus, the smell from the bins and also the vermin. I'd like to also note there's already a designated storage area on the ground floor of the premises, which is quite easily accessible by a lift. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Councillor Mercer. Councillor O'Neill is the seconder. Do you wish to speak?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, just really briefly, if I may. Usually, most often, I sit on the side of, a person has the right to do on their property what they wish. That is always under the premise that it doesn't interfere with the other people that live near you and them going about their business. I have read all the documentation in relation to this. I've looked at it closely and I've tried to adopt a level approach to it. However, the situation still remains that these people have to put up with this sort of behaviour. I know what happens in bars and I know what happens in the, storage areas of those. There's bottles flowing around and things like that. In this instance, being the proximity of the people that actually reside in this area, we do have to listen to them in this instance. They've shown us the evidence and they've given us the reasons, and they're justified reasons. So I believe that this is the way forward, and I commend Councillor Mercer on this alternate, and I hope we can all get behind it and support this alternate.
Thank you. Are there further comments or questions? Councillor Joondalup. Thank you.
Thank you, through you. I'm just seeking some clarity from the city's position on the alternate.
We'll go to Director Lee.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. The officer recommendation, if you're considering the two different elements that form part of the application, both the storage area and the alfresco area, the city's of the view that the storage area, subject to the inclusion of conditions as to how that storage area is used, is appropriate. The city does hold the view that the alfresco area shouldn't be approved, so the alternate that council's considering currently is to effectively refuse both. So in that instance, the city wouldn't support the alternate to refuse both elements. As outlined in the officer report, we believe the storage area can be managed to a point where it's not causing an inappropriate level of impact on surrounding neighbours' amenity.
Thank you.
Are there any other further comments or statements? Councillor Jones.
A question for the Director of Planning, please. How does this tie in with the Uptown Joondalup promotion of trying to make the city of Joondalup vibrant and getting people to come out and be entertained?
Director Lee.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. I think any sort of activity to encourage more vibrancy in a city centre or a local centre such as the Iluka also needs to be considered against the context of planning and building regulations. It was noted in the statements earlier this evening that the city is encouraging the uptake of alfresco spaces, and the city has recently reviewed its alfresco policy and guidelines to hopefully make that more simpler. As I said before, though, it does need to be considered against the regulations and the statutory obligations that the city has in place as well.
Councillor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I support the applicant's request for the storage area, and as the Director said earlier tonight, the application for storage is assessed on its merit and not on not following the normal procedure. So I go against this alternate motion because I think we should at least pass the storage area tonight, and the applicant can come back with a more community-driven consultation for the alfresco area.
Thank you, Councillor Jones. Councillor Hill.
Yes, thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. In the statement earlier tonight by the applicant, it says that the alfresco proposal was agreed upon when the lease was signed. Can I ask, through you, Mr. Mayor, to the Director Lee, if he could respond to that point, please? Thank you.
Director Lee.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. The city's not a party to any sort of lease agreements or arrangements on this particular site, and in the context of what may be agreed to through a lease, there still is a separate obligation under different forms of legislation, in this instance under planning legislation, that still requires a development to be consistent with or approved under. And so in this instance, probably cutting a long story fairly short, what may have been agreed to in lease negotiations is not something that we can take into account through our assessment and council through its decision making.
If I may continue, thank
Councillor
you.
Hill.
So thank you for clarifying that the city wasn't party to that agreement. Just for the benefit of those that were not here for the briefing session, there was a discussion regarding the city's amendments to the alfresco regulations, and it was made clear in the briefing session that this car park location is not considered part of the public realm, as to which the intention would be for alfresco to be applied. So that point was made and clarified at the briefing session. Just with regard to the storage area, could I just check through you, Mr. Mayor, to the Director, whether the city has the capacity to ensure compliance with any conditions that are placed on the operation of the storage area? Thank you.
Thank you. Director Lee.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. We do have a regulatory services team here at the city, and within that business unit there's a compliance team that perform the function of monitoring compliance under building and planning legislation. If an approval in some form is granted tonight for the proposal, whether it be all elements or part elements of, and any conditions imposed, it would become ultimately the responsibility of the applicant and the operator to adhere to those conditions. But the city does have officers available to investigate any potential breaches of conditions and follow those up if they're found to be accurate.
Thank you. If I may continue with another
Councillor Hill.
question. This just relates to the height of the storage area as is. My question is as to whether the current height of that storage area is sufficient for installation of any roof covering which would shield the contents of the storage area to nearby residents. Is that something that can be considered as part of conditions? Thank you.
Director Lee.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. I think it would ultimately come down to what ends up being stored in the storage area. There are certainly some things that the city knows are not able to be stored in there, and it was pointed out earlier just in relation to some of the limitations of the area to provide drainage or a tap. That limits what can be used in there. I think there would be the ability to roof it. If council were of a view to include that as a condition of approval, it may be best through an amendment to the condition around the noise management plan, and there be some reference made into the requirements of the noise management plan and some consideration be given to enclosing of the storage area.
Thank you. I'll just comment to close out. Just regarding that response, my position would be, my understanding is that if the storage area does get improved, then it will be contingent on conditions imposed by the city. So my preference would be if the city would just consider that rather than have us trying to guess whether the height of the storage area is currently sufficient for an installation of roof or not. I don't have that information. Generally speaking, with regard to this amendment, I'm only supportive of the element regarding the alfresco area. and I'm inclined to support the officer's recommendation, which is to approve the storage area subject to conditions and obviously with the city ensuring compliance. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other comments? Councillor Fishwick.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I understand that the proponent advised during the statement time that they were amenable to relocating the storage area. At the briefing session, I raised this as perhaps a matter that could be considered. However, the advice came back from the administration that that wasn't a matter they were going to consider. However, I just wondered, given the proponent's statement this evening, is there an appetite for the administration to review that matter, given that they could relocate the storage area to somewhere else where that might be suitable to all parties? May I ask that question through you, Mr Mayor, to the Director of Planning?
Thank you, Councillor Fishwick. Director Lee.
Thank you, through you, Mr Mayor. The city is open to that conversation. However, I think it would need to be in the form of a separate application or through a mediated process as part of a review for this application. I think if we were to look at a alternative location for a storage area, just looking at the characteristics of the upper floor car parking area, any alternative would be so different to where it's currently proposed, it would be a substantially different application. And so I think it would be difficult for us to consider an amendment or a tweak to this one. I think it would have to be, as I said, either as a fresh application, and I would certainly suggest if that be the case, there's conversations had pre-lodgement of that application, or, as I said, through a mediated session as part of a tribunal review on this particular application.
Just to follow up, if I may, Mr Mayor, so my understanding is that to go down that path would be to refuse the storage area, and therefore the proponent could submit a fresh application to relocate a storage area somewhere else on site. Is that correct?
Director Lee.
Thank you, through you, Mr Mayor. Essentially, that's the case. It would be a refusal by council, and that would provide the applicant with a couple of options. They could submit a fresh application, or they could seek a review of council's decision at the State Administrative Tribunal. That process typically begins with with mediation between the two parties, and that's where the two parties can come together and try and find some negotiated common ground.
Thank you, Director. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you, Councillor Fishwick. Are there any other comments on the alternate or questions? Councillor Hutton.
Sorry, not a comment or question, just procedurally. I just wanted to make sure if required, I'm happy to foreshadow the officer's recommendation if this alternate does pass.
I actually was going to ask Councillor Hill that as he...
Okay, no, that's fine. I just wanted to check because I know he's
going
already
to come to that after the statements. Councillor Hill, are you happy to
I did
foreshadow?
have that discussion with Councillor Hutton just now, and I'd be happy to foreshadow the officer's recommendation. Thank you.
Very
if this
much.
fails, thanks.
Are there any other comments or statements on the alternate? No? I just have a couple of questions myself. The first one for the Director is, if any changes were sought, such as roofing or material changes to what's proposed in the for the current storage area, would that be a substantially different application? It would then require a refusal, rather than just saying, oh, we can try and find ways of amending it through conditions or elements in the officer's recommendation. Is that more appropriately dealt with as a refusal on a new application?
Thank you, through you, Mr Mayor. I think enclosing the storage area would still keep the intent of the application intact. So I think that could be achieved through a slightly amended condition of an approval. The location stays the same. Looking at some of the photographs just now, the height appears to be about 1.8 metres. I would think that that would have to increase a little bit to be able to enclose the area and make it practical to still use. That on the surface doesn't give me any concern that there would be any over-height element that would breach the planning framework, but it would obviously become more visible from the adjoining property. But having said that, whilst a sidewall might become more visible, the contents would then be screened because of the roof.
Thank you. I will just move to some brief comments on the alfresco area first. I agree with the officer's recommendation that the alfresco area, in my opinion, is inconsistent with the objectives of the Iluka Structure Plan. The Iluka Structure Plan has objectives to ensure that any development is not detrimental to the amenity of the adjoining owners or the residential properties in the locality. And so looking at that, I give consideration to the apartments next to it and, of course, the townhouses adjacent to it, that the alfresco area as a whole, how it would operate with the hours that are being proposed and the size. Although the city does give consideration to the acoustic assessment and that they may be met within the noise regulations, I personally still think that the alfresco area operating in that spot will create amenity issues for the adjoining uses, and it's not consistent with the local scale of the area, primarily serving the needs of the community adjacent to it. In addition to that, I think there is a concern, although in the first instance it's reasonable to apply the ratio which is in the Iluka Structure Plan for parking bays at 1 to 20. That ratio was in place when consideration for the structure plan was for office uses within the space. It's now been changed to other types of uses. Looking at the city's local planning policy for commercial as a guide, the ratio the city usually applies is 5 to 1, 5 patrons for 1 bay. And I can foresee, given the level of activation which the additional alfresco area will create and the existing uses on the site, that it will create, in my opinion, adverse parking conditions. Although, of course, applying the ratio that's in the Iluka Structure Plan, that may not be readily apparent. And so in that aspect, I think it's, in a practical sense, if a policy is no longer practical to enforce, it's reasonable to depart from that. So I believe we should depart from that ratio, that there are concerns, at least in relation to parking additionally, with the loss of bays, and of course whether the parking ratios in the Iluka Structure Plan are meaningful for this type of use. In addition to that, coming to the storage area as well, I agree with Councillor Mercer that we should try and give consideration to the area being relocated as the proponent has suggested in some of their statements, and as Councillor Fishwick tonight has highlighted. But of course, if the council was to give consideration to that, that would be a substantially different application and require then a refusal. It's not something that we could then ad hoc say there's a different location that needs to be considered. So given the amenity constraints with the site, which are imposed primarily through the structure plan, I'm personally giving consideration to refusing both the alfresco area and the storage area. And I don't think it's unreasonable. The current storage areas which are available on the site are not dissimilar to other commercial properties, especially many other commercial uses, whether it's shopping centres. It's not unreasonable for there to be a distance between the storage locations or bin locations when you have a commercial use. So I personally, when I look at the site as a whole and the structure plan, I lean towards supporting Councillor Mercer's alternate. So I'll close there. But is there any other comments or questions before we go to Councillor Mercer's? Councillor Hill, I have you down as spoken, so do you want to ask a question?
Yeah,
Thank you.
a question, please, to the director, just with reference to the level of car parking adjacent to Bar Ole. My understanding is there's supposed to be a gate at the entrance, which is supposed to close, locked at 10 p.m. And I'm just curious as to how that fits in with the opening hours and staff movements of Bar Ole around about closing time. Is that something that can be is in place or can be in place, and does that cause problems for patrons or staff at Bar Ole? Thank you.
Director Lee.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. There is a requirement for a gate to restrict entrance to the upper floor parking area, from memory, it's required to come down or be in place from 10 p.m. There is a separate, fairly long-running compliance matter with the use of the gate or its operation. But having said that, to your question as to whether or not it creates issues for the small bar itself, the intent behind the gate is for it to allow people to get out but not get in. So if people do arrive before 10 p.m. and they're upstairs, and I know other than just the small bar, I believe there's a gym that may even operate 24 hours. As I said, the intent is for people, if they come in before 10 p.m, they're still able to exit. If they are wanting to arrive and use one of the tenancies upstairs after 10 p.m, they would be required to use the underground car park and then come up the stairs or the lift.
Thank you. Thank you. Are there any other comments or questions before we go back to the original mover of the motion? I just have one for Director Lee, and it's relating again to the boom gate. Has that condition ever been fulfilled in the recent years, the last 5 years or so? And my understanding is that the gate has not been functional and is an existing compliance issue for a number of years now. Is that the case, that even after repeated inquiries, it hasn't been operational?
Thank you, through you, Mr Mayor. I can't recall how often the gate has been working and not working, but certainly over the years, there's been a number of times where the gate has been working, it's then broken, it's taken a while to get it fixed, it's been operational again and broken again. That's happened several times over. We're in discussions with the landowner at the moment, so it's the landowner of the plaza rather than the applicant for this proposal, to again try and have it rectified, and so that condition is met and adhered to.
Thank you. We'll go to Councillor Pizzi. Do you wish to speak?
Yeah, just a question, please.
Thank you.
In regards to Barrelay using a downstairs area for storage, can it just be explained to me, they would have to use the lift, is that correct? Because they'll be obviously carrying things down, so it wouldn't be appropriate to use the steps. Does that mean they'd have to use the lift with this gate situation?
Director?
Thank you, through you, Mr Mayor. Yes, in short, the commercial development, the plaza itself, has a waste management plan attached to it, and so that sets out how the centre's waste is managed broadly, so all tenancies, and so the upper floor tenants would be required to use the lift to take it downstairs and use the central waste storage area.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Pizzi. Any final questions or statements? No? We'll go to Councillor Mercer to close the debate. If you wish, you've got 5 minutes to respond to comments or add anything additional to encourage people to support.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I
Just
have
trying to
nothing
step
else
you
to say.
through. Thank you, Councillor Mercer. In that case, we will go to the vote on the alternate. If the vote is not successful, we will be going to the foreshadowed item by Councillor Hill. So if we could first get the vote for the alternate. Thank you. I declare the voting closed and the item is carried. Thank you. We then move to the next item on tonight's agenda, which is item 12.7, the minutes of the Regional Council meeting. Councillor Hutton. Oh, sorry. Sorry, before we proceed, Councillor Mercer, we just need a reason for departing from the officer's recommendation to place in the minutes. We can ask the seconder of the motion if you're a little unprepared for that. It doesn't have to be extensive. Councillor O'Neill, are you willing to provide just a reason in the minutes?
Yes, so the reason for departure, obviously, in keeping with the piece for the residents that reside next to Bar Olay.
Piece, do you mean amenity?
Say again?
Keeping with the amenity.
Keeping with the amenity,
Keeping with the
yes.
amenity. Thank you. We then move to the next item on tonight's agenda, which is item 12.7, the minutes of the Regional Council meeting. Councillor Hutton.
Yeah, happy to move that.
Could I have a seconder? Councillor Hill.
Yeah, thank you. Just a brief comment in regards to Catalina Regional Council. Obviously, as most councillors would be aware, to date, the city of Joondalup's received 34 million in distributions from the project. I think I had previously advised council that we were projected to receive 26.5 million in future distributions. Subsequent to previous meetings, there has been a bit of an update from the CEO where he's effectively indicated that works are underway to further optimise that return, and we're actually expecting it to increase slightly more. So I just wanted to put you on notice for that. That will be getting presented to the next meeting of the Catalina Regional Council, and I'll be able to provide more exact updates. But yeah, we are hopeful that we'll see a further revision of that, which will obviously go to our strategic reserves. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hutton. Councillor Hill.
Yes, thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'll just briefly comment on the MRC reports. As a newly elected member of Mindarie Regional Council, just letting elected members know it will be my intention to inform City of Joondalup elected members of any significant issues covered at ordinary council meetings or special council meetings that might not be reflected in the minutes that are issued to elected members, given that they're abridged. So I will be keeping members informed of significant events on MRC. Thank you.
Sorry, thank you, Councillor Hill. Any further comments? Appears not. Councillor Hutton, do you wish to close? No? Thank you. If we could move straight to a vote then on the screens. If everyone could cast their vote, please. Thank you. I declare the voting closed and the item is carried. The next item is item 12.10, the Strategic Workforce Plan. Councillor Rafters.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. To move the item as it appears in the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rafters. Could I have a seconder? I'm Councillor O'Neill. Councillor Rafters, when you're ready.
Thank you,
Sorry,
Mr. Mayor.
Deputy Mayor, apologise.
Strategic Workforce Plan is something requested as part of a notice of motion. Note it forms part of the one of the key documents to feed into our annual budget. And I hadn't seen one for a little while. It's great that we've got one tabled in front of us. Just have a few questions in terms of do we have previous iterations of the workforce plan that would be available?
Thank you. We'll go to Director Parry, please.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, we can provide previous iterations. I have provided previous iterations of the workforce plan to the council on previous occasions.
Thank you. Councillor Rafters.
Thank you. In terms of the referred annual review of these plans to inform the preparation of the operating budgets, what would be the likely schedule for the time of the year to these for the annual review, please?
Director Parry.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we would review these on an annual basis. The plan has only recently been adopted, but there are a significant range of circumstances that have occurred in relation to the strategic financial plan, which are going to have an impact on the workforce plan. So the implementation plan is likely going to have to be re-examined to see whether we have the resources and the funding to be able to implement a number of those actions.
Thank you. Councillor Rafters. Sorry, Deputy Mayor Rafters.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just wonder if the administration would comment on the table or the graph on page 289 of the attachments.
Director.
with reference to the FTEs versus ERP, please.
Thank you. Director Parry.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Look, I may need to take that one on notice to be able to get where the information, obviously the information is from the annual reports versus the ABS population census, but just to get a better understanding of exactly what that means. I think the one is in relation to 3.9 FTE per 1,000 residents. I think the local government survey population is around 4.9. But I could probably take that one on notice and just provide a little more information on it.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, thanks. And to clarify that, the query is also around the growth of FTEs against the ERP as well. If we could factor that into the response, please.
Director?
Yes, I can have a look at that, Mr. Mayor. It probably has to do something with an increase in service provision.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. Look, I'm happy that we've got one in front of us. I think it's important we are across what is required when we're coming through to deal with our budgets going forward. This is not a workforce plan that I've had. Don't think I've actually had one formally presented. I've sought one in the past, but I haven't seen one factored in as part of the budget process. So I would like to see it going forward, that we are an active part of our budget process, that we are better informed when deciding how we're going to approach things. And I note certainly the financial budget implications within page 78 of the report, which makes references to constraints on workforce funding and limited growth in FTEs, and endorsed changes in FTE being presented to Council as part of the annual budget process. So looking forward to those greater level of information as part of our budget process. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Councillor O'Neill is the seconder.
Reserve my right.
Thank you. Any other comments on the workforce plan? Councillor Chester.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a general statement. Look, I think having a strategy for retaining staff and also being aware of the volatility of the job market, for instance, losing a lot of our staff to other industries like mining, being aware of all these particular changes is very important, and I commend the city for having goals in mind and then being able to identify actions which are required to retain staff and to recruit, I should say, the appropriate staff with skills and knowledge to achieve the goals which are being set by the city. As I said, just want to commend the city for having a specific workplace plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Chester. Any other comments or questions? No? Deputy Mayor, do you wish to close? No? If we can go straight to a vote then, on the screens. If I could get everyone to cast your votes. Councillor Chester? Thank you. I close the voting and the item is carried unanimously. Thank you. The next item is 12.11, where Councillor Hutton has an alternate to add an additional point. So, Councillor Hutton, do you wish to move the alternate circulated in the briefing pack?
Yeah, I'd like to remove the alternate which was circulated in the briefing pack.
Thank you. Could I have a seconder? I think we had Councillor O'Neill. You also wish to speak to this one. Do you wish to second? Does anyone else wish to second? Deputy Mayor. Councillor Hutton, when you're ready.
Oh, good, thank you. I'll focus on the additional point that's been inserted. Additional point number 9 is to review the funding for the corporate sponsorship programme as part of the development of the 26-27 budget. Obviously, I think this addition is quite self-explanatory. On the last 2 years I've been on council, whenever we've come up to making the decisions around our sponsorship programme, I personally have struggled sometimes. The reason I've struggled is because lots of the applications that are made do meet the requirements of the programme, and they do also sit within the budget of the programme. However, on a holistic level, sometimes my feeling is that they step outside of what I would deem to be the core business of the city. I guess the main criteria here is just to make sure that we're properly considering this as part of the budget process. Yes, we can judge these current sponsorships against the current criteria, but going forward, I think we need to reconsider the whole item in its entirety. Now, following on from that, I would just make the point, as most councillors are aware, later on in today's meeting, we're going to be discussing budget setting parameters. We are going to have to be making some very tough choices. The choices around the setting of rates, the expenses of costs. As we go into those discussions, my priority is for us to really question every dollar that we are spending and making sure that it's delivered in the best interest of local residents. Now, I guess the centre of some of my hesitation to support some of these grants is around the section in the policy which actually says, in addition to the eligibility, the programme prioritises applications that demonstrate clear outcomes aligned with the following objectives. Now, one of the objectives is enhancing the city's reputation and brand. Now, I'm strongly of the opinion that the best way as a city we can enhance our reputation and brand is by doing our core business effectively and efficiently and delivering the services that ratepayers want and doing it in a cost-effective environment. Now, obviously, I don't necessarily think we need to go through this all now, but to clear my conscience, I would like us as a council to accept that this potentially should be reviewed. I did already have a discussion with some of the directors about this, and I'm advised that the previous budget, the current budget, annual budget is $230,000, which effectively equates to a 0.23% of rate base. In previous years, I think it was 150,000, and it maintained at that level for quite some time. So this has obviously increased. But yeah, that's really my grievance. Now, I am obviously happy to hear discussions, as I'm sure there will be on each individual line item, because as I say, I'm really torn on this, and the nature of being torn is whether or not we have to make these tough decisions right now, or whether or not we can agree to make them or contemplate them as part of the budget process. But as a minimum, I would like us to contemplate these through the budget process. And then decide. But at the end of the day, it comes down to this question. We're going to have to make tough decisions, and I think this is one of the areas where we're going to have to really, scrutinise where money is being spent. So yes, as I say, I'd encourage you to support point 9, and then I would encourage you to, I guess, apply your good judgment for all of the other points based on the current criteria, which in my opinion does have some scope for improvement. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hudson. We'll go to the seconder, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd start with a couple of questions, please. In terms of the application for Sea of Blue, could you do some clarification around the timing of that application versus when there was a very public announcement of the game being hosted at Joondalup?
Which director? Director Parry?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I may have to take that one on notice because I think that there was some media that might have been made prior to this item being considered, so we'll provide some more information to you.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. Also, would there be any clarification as to how do we ensure that this international broadcast is actually going to promote the Joondalup and its environment, etc., visibly, other than showing the field of play?
Director? Manager for... Yes?
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Mayor. So I understand from the application that there will be a number of brand recognition opportunities available to the city. They have talked about 20 different opportunities being available. as well as up to 12 different advertising and promotional channels being available. Those details are actually in the application that was also provided in the pack to elected members as the attachment. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. So will there be ads that will be played promoting Joondalup during the broadcast on a national or international basis?
Director Parry or the manager.
Thank you. And through you, Mr. Mayor, at this stage I'm not aware of any ads that will be played through the broadcast, but I can check those details for you and just confirm.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. Thanks. Understand, yeah, we've got these applications, we get them through every year. I certainly support the additional 0.9 in terms of reviewing the program and as part of our budget and as part of the process going forward to determine the strategic outcomes and understand what we're receiving for the investment of, in effect, ratepayers' funds. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Are there further comments? I will go to Councillor May first.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, just a question first. From memory, I just wanted to see whether how recently the corporate sponsorship program funding has been reviewed, because I do recall it being reviewed a few years ago.
Go to Director Parry.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, could I just get that question again from you, Councillor?
Apologies, I'm just seeking clarification on whether the corporate sponsorship program funding has been reviewed in recent years. I recall it being something surrounding the corporate sponsorship program being reviewed in recent years.
Director?
Yep, thank you very much for the clarification. The corporate sponsorship program was approximately 130,000 to 140,000 for quite a number of years. And I think probably 2 to 3 years ago, we received a number of quite significant applications for sponsorship, and the council agreed at that particular time to increase the budget by approximately 90 to 100,000 to where it is at the moment at 230. So that quantum has only been in place for a few years, I would think.
Thank you. Councillor?
Thank you. Just a brief comment. I'm supportive of Councillor Hutton's alternate. I think it is it's prudent to review it, particularly noting has been increased in recent years. In terms of decisions being made to save money, it's probably not at the top of the list that I have in my head of areas where money can be saved, but it's certainly worth looking at. So encourage elected members to support the alternate. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor May. Councillor Pizzey.
I would like to add an amendment to point 9 to say that we review the funding and policy for the corporate sponsorship program.
Thank you. Could we just get exactly the wording? So it's reviewing the funding and the policy?
Yeah.
As part of the budget process or separately? Because if we say review, I'm just getting the wording right on the screen. So as part of the budget process, reviewing both, is that what you're suggesting?
If that is appropriate for the city to do during that period.
Okay. Do we have a seconder for the amendment? Councillor O'Neill? Councillor Pizzey, do you wish to speak to it?
Just that I agree with the review of the funding process as a generality, but I think the whole policy needs to be looked at as to what needs to be reached to get these funds and what benefit they bring to the city. And if that's been 4 years since that's been reviewed, I think it's time that it was looked at with the new council and new economic times.
Thank you. And Councillor O'Neill is the seconder.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You're very happy to see the point 9 and just tightening up on it there with the policy added into it, I think is appropriate. That way we get a look at both of it at the same time. So I support this amendment.
Councillor Fishwick.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just through you, if I may, to the Director of Corporate Governance. Is it possible that the policy could be reviewed, and what would that entail, and would that be done with regards to this cycle for budget workshops?
Go to, if it's dealing with budget workshops, Director Humphrey or Director Parry? Director Parry?
Through you, Mr Mayor, thank you very much for the question. It might be appropriate to remind the Council that they've spent the last 2 years reviewing the corporate sponsorship policy, which they reviewed and adopted in November of 2024. So the round which is before you in the Council report is the first round under the new process and the new policy. So if you wish, if the Council was desirous of reviewing the policy, given that the last one took 2 years to review, unless the Council is very specific about the changes in which it would like to make, I think it would be doubtful that the Policy Committee or the Council could review it prior to the budget being concluded.
Councillor Fishwick.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Following on from the Director's comments, I feel that it would be probably awkward to review the policy with the coming budget. Maybe couldn't support that amendment, but I would perhaps consider that it be raised as an issue with the Policy Committee, calling for a report down the track, rather than try and rush something through that we spent a couple of years trying to finalise and it was only done in 24. So that's my comment. I couldn't support adding the policy at this stage. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you. Councillor Vindula.
Thank you. Through you, Director Parry and Councillor Fishwick pretty much reiterated exactly where I was going with it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Vindula. Councillor Hill.
Yes, thanks. Just on that, I did have a question for the Director of MA through you, Mr Mayor. Just for clarification, can I just check that the policy, whether it makes any reference to the scale of the budgeted amount in the policy? My feeling is that if it doesn't, then the proposal just suggested by Councillor Fishwick works better, in that the policy is reviewed by the Policy Committee in the course of time, and that the budget for this policy only is considered as part of the budget process. So that was a question. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Parry.
Through you, Mr Mayor, thank you for the question. The quantum of the corporate sponsorship, which is endorsed by the Council, is not included within the policy itself. Most of our policies do not include those sorts of figures. It's at the discretion of the Council to determine on an annual basis what the budget might be allocated to this particular program.
Thank you. So with that response, I do not support the amendment to point 9 that's before us. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hutton.
Yeah, just want to make a quick point, and thank you to Councillor Pizzey for the suggested amendment. Obviously, since I've raised this alternate motion at the briefing session, I obviously have had discussions with the Director. My initial request was to review the funding and policy, but given the policy has recently been reviewed, I guess the crux of my issue, I suppose, we dealt with through the budget process. I think if the budget becomes tighter, if that's the decision of Council, then we might want to tighten the requirements as well, so that the level of applications reflect the level of budget. But as I say, I do agree with the premise. I do think it has to be reviewed again. I suppose it's just a question of when that might be, and I'm happy to do that through the course of the Policy Committee. But for now, I think the impending urgent item is making sure that this is as part of the budget process, which is obviously being finalised at the moment. So yes, I reluctantly oppose the amendment to the alternate, but I do support the desire of it. But I just think we have to just go about it a slightly different way. And as I say, that's advised by the feedback I got from the administration when drafting this alternate motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hutton. Any further commentary on the amendment or questions? No, I just have a short, short contribution from myself. Look, I don't support the amendment. I think if the policy is to be reviewed, I think the easiest way to do that, rather than putting it into a discussion, as the wording says, this would be putting it as part of the development of the budget and the budget process. I think it would be more appropriate, as Councillor Hutton has suggested, that it comes through the Policy Committee, a report is raised, and if it's to be reviewed, I think that's probably the more suitable way of doing that. And I think Councillor Hutton has the right approach as well, suggesting that once we then look at the quantum of money which should be allocated against the program, seeing then what then are appropriate criteria. So I think it's more appropriate to deal with after that element. And of course, the budget sessions are coming up quite soon in early next year. So I think to do the review justice, I think it's probably better to do after the budget process and once we've developed those numbers. And as well, given that the review of the policy did happen quite recently and there hasn't been that many changes to the composition of the council, I think it's reasonable to first deal with the budget elements. So I won't be supporting the amendment. Are there any other comments? No? Councillor Pizzey, do you wish to close?
Just briefly. The reason for this, even though it has been reviewed recently, is that we do have a new council, we have a new economic climate, has changed since 2024 again. I think the criteria that is required to meet the corporate funding needs to be reviewed again by council. I saw this as an opportunity to have council make a decision on that, and that's why I'll be supporting it, but also happy if it fails to bring it to policy committee where it can be reviewed there and then brought back to council at another time. So thanks for the commentary.
Thank you, Councillor Pizzey. If we could then move to a vote on the amendment. If you could cast your votes on the screen. Okay, I declare the voting closed and the amendment is lost. So we'll revert back to the alternate from Councillor Hutton. And I've created a list of who's been speaking to the item. Are there any other comments to the alternate? And of course, I also have Councillor O'Neill from the briefing session. You flagged voting separately.
Yes, I did. However, I think this 0.9 will actually go further in the long run. And I do believe that reviewing the funding for the corporate sponsorship program will achieve in part, if not in whole, what the intent was that I was going to pursue. So I commend the amendment, the alternate.
Thank you. And Councillor O'Neill, do you still wish all the items to be put separately or not?
No, I don't think that's necessary.
Thank you, Councillor O'Neill. Any other comments to the alternate motion? No, we'll go to Councillor Hutton. Do you wish to close?
Yes, thank you. Obviously, I had a couple of points to respond to. One's already been responded to about how recently was the funding reviewed. There was also the suggestion that I guess this wasn't part of, I think it was Councillor May's priority list in terms of savings. Whilst I agree we probably all have different priorities, I think where we are as a council is, I think everything's going to have to be on the table. That's my honest position, and I think probably some of us are going to have to bring their own ideas of the things where savings can be made. So this is probably the area where I personally feel like savings can be made, but if someone else has another area, I'm happy to look at that too. So I just encourage you to do that approach. But the final point I would make is that when it comes to the budget, obviously the $230,000, in my opinion, is a substantial amount, but it's not just that, it's the officer time that's spent on this programme, the reviewing, the back and the forward, the questions. I really feel like, honestly, from a communications perspective, there are other low-hanging fruit value areas where we can deliver that actually do enhance the reputation and brand of the city. And that can be as basic as, responding to comments on social media, correcting the record, being proactive and telling what we are doing. I just really don't feel like this programme in its whole is delivering value for money. And in this cost environment, I think there's the cost saving there, but there's also the time and the effort. And I think the time and the effort is spent reviewing these applications and going through the process. I think those efforts can actually be directed elsewhere, and we can actually receive a better outcome for the city holistically. So hence why, as I say, I'm happy to support this in the entirety as it is, reluctantly accept the current approvals based on the current criteria in the current budget. But I'm strongly of the opinion that this has to be one of many things that we run our eye over as we finalise the budget for 26-27, and I encourage you all to support the motion as written. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hutton. If we could just get the vote on the screens then, and if you could cast your votes. I declare the voting closed and the item carried unanimously. The next item on tonight's agenda is just coming to my notes. The next item on tonight's agenda is item 12.12, the community funding programme. And I believe, Councillor Hutton, you then have a similar alternate, which you circulated in the briefing pack.
Yeah, that's correct. I'm happy to move the alternate with the additional point.
Thank you, Councillor Hutton. Could I have a seconder for the alternate? Councillor Mercer. Thank you. Councillor Hutton, when you're ready.
Yeah, thank you. Obviously, don't want to go over the same points. Very similar. Again, I've always struggled when we've been going through these on an annual basis. Given the cost environment we're in, I think it's also important that we review this programme. Similar to the discussion we've had, there is a thought around reviewing the requirements of the programme. The programme has also recently been reviewed, so I would rather we firstly deal with this as a budgetary matter, and then I'm happy for it to come back to the policy committee for further discussion. But as I say, happy to assess the current applications based on the current criteria and current budget. However, I think holistically, this is another one of many things that we should really be considering going forward. Thank you, and I obviously note the officer comment that they're happy to support this alternate with the addition of point 4. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hutton. Councillor O'Neill is the... Oh, sorry. Councillor Mercer is the seconder. You just
Nothing
say
from me, Mr Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Mercer. Any further comments? Councillor O'Neill.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just wondering if we could vote these ones separately, as I did flag. Is that possible? Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Again, point 4 is welcome. I just have one question, if I can, about the celebration fireworks project. Can I just get a little bit of clarification further as to why the city wishes to approve the grant for $5,000?
Thank you, Councillor. Oh, that's Director Humphrey. Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the policy does provide for community celebrations of significant milestones. Given the age of the particular club involved, officers believed that the application met the requirements of the policy and have recommended it for approval.
Thank you. Any further, Councillor O'Neill? No. Any further comments? Councillor Pizzey.
Yeah, just I'm happy for the review of the funding for the community funding program as part of the development of the budget. Complementary to the last comments, I think the criteria for these need to be reviewed and maybe cleared up a little, because sometimes it's unclear to me why some things are approved and some are not, so I look forward to that.
Thank you, Councillor Pizzey. Any further comments?
Just a question, if I may, Mr.
Thank
Mayor.
you, Councillor O'Neill.
Sorry, this is just one for governance. I believe that is this being an alternate, does it all have to be moved as one one entire alternate? And would that mean that if the alternate passes, that they are not voted on separately? Just for some clarity on that.
Go to Director Parry.
Through you, Mr Mayor, yes, it can be, those items can be voted on separately.
Thank you. Any further commentary? No, I will go to Councillor Hutton to close.
Yeah, obviously, thank you all for your support. I would just bring everyone's attention to one final point. We're talking about the review of the budget. I'll refer you to the fact that this is currently budgeted for 192,500. We've only spent 41,858 and we're proposing 5,000. So there's actually a leftover balance of 145,641. So this is an example where we've actually budgeted more than we're spending. So I think that just emphasises there is a need to review this. Yeah, I encourage you all to support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hutton. We'll vote on the items separately, so we'll go through sequentially 1 to 4. So we could get a vote for first part 1 of the motion. Thank you. I declare the voting closed and the item carried. And then for item 2. Thank you. I declare the voting closed and the item carries unanimously. And for point 3. Thank you. I declare the voting closed and the item carried. And the additional point 4. Thank you. I declare the voting closed and the item carried unanimously. Thank you. Director Parry, do we need a reason in the minutes for departing from the officer's recommendations on these? Thank you. No, we don't. Thank you. The next item on tonight's agenda is item 12.13, and Councillor O'Neill, do you have an amendment to this item?
Yes,
Okay. In that
I do
case,
have an
we'll
amendment.
seek someone else to move the item if you're moving an amendment.
Yes.
Could I get a mover for the officer's recommendation for the list of payments? I'll move Deputy Mayor and seconded by Councillor May. Deputy Mayor, do you wish to speak to the item? Yeah.
No, just happy to move it as tabled, thanks.
Thank you. Councillor May?
No, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor O'Neill, that's
Yes,
the amendment.
I do have an amendment that I'd like to add, which would be a point 3, and it is in relation to payments. There we go. Oops, sorry. Point 3, they're requesting the Chief Executive Officer review payments for EF 132670 and EF 132981 and present a report to the next Audit and Risk Committee meeting on any findings.
Thank you. And if we could have a seconder for the motion. Seconded by Councillor Mercer. Thank you. Councillor O'Neill, do you wish to speak to the item further?
Yes, I will, just briefly. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As I do every month, I put through a list of requests for explanation and further information in relation to certain payments there. And I appreciate the hard work that the city does in getting the responses to me. I really do appreciate the hard work. One payment, however, did leave me still questioning the item, and I'm referring to an item on page 558 in relation to payments made. The total amount was $943.41. In the email that I sent to the city on the 11th of November, I requested it from page 558 from conference acquittal and expense reimbursement from August 2025, $943.41. The city did release information to me at this stage, which I assume was sent on to other members. The information was quite eye-opening, and given the most current listing to the substantiated complaints relating to the breaches in behaviour requirements of Division 3 of the City's Code of Conduct for council members. It should also be noted that the incident that was in particular was itemised and identified as happening at 11:08 p.m. After analysing the payments more thoroughly, I don't feel that I can endorse the item as a whole there, which is why I'm suggesting this point 3 here. It does speak to the community when things like this do come up. I did go through a list of number of drink charges and beverage charges that I, in my own personal opinion, would believe is quite excessive.
Point of order.
Councillor O'Neill.
Adverse reflection.
I'm sorry, I withdraw. The total amount was $468.13. I won't go on any further on to it there, but I do believe that obviously having a review of these payments and presented to the Audit and Risk Committee meeting is justified in this instance, and one that we should show in order to show the community that we are watching everything that we can, and we are able to respond and see if there is a payment, whether it is big or small. We can look into it for them and do what's best for the city of Joondalup residents. So I'll just leave it at that then.
Thank you, Councillor. Now, before we proceed, I'm going to just issue everyone a broad caution on this one. I'd remind everyone of Clause 7.14 of the Meeting Procedures Local Law. It says a member must not reflect adversely on the character or the actions of another member or employee, or impute a motive to that person, or use an expression that is offensive or objectionable in relation to another member. So I'm going to issue a caution once now, and if there's other elements that are brought up, I'm just going to need to ask people to stop and withdraw, especially given the sensitivities around the member, and of course the sensitivities as we have seen in the media the last couple of days. So I'd encourage everyone to, if they wish to debate on this, just stick to the facts and the merit of the motion at hand, rather than trying to make judgments about what should have been done. So I'm issuing one caution for everyone. Thank you. Councillor Hill.
Yes, thanks. Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'd just like to ask a question regarding this amendment. Has this been circulated to elected members? I don't recall having seen it. And second part of the question is if we can have an officer's comment. Thank you. And basically, we don't have the details before us of these items, so that's my question. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hill. We'll go to Director Humphrey.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'm not aware of the proposed amendment being circulated to elected members. With regards to staff comment, reviewing a payment is something we do routinely, and we are able to present such a review to the Audit and Risk Committee without significantly affecting our workloads.
And if I could just clarify then, so I think that response indicated that you can do that response without having to make this amendment as part of the council meeting. Thank you. Is that correct?
Director Humphrey.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, it's not unusual for council to request us to look at a particular payment and provide further information. Whilst we are at liberty as administration to review any particular payment and report anything we consider to be unusual to the Audit and Risk Committee, it is also not unusual for council to request on behalf of the community for a payment to be reviewed and a report presented.
Thank you, Councillor Hill.
Thank you. In light of that, I just make the comment to elected members that it's entirely appropriate for elected members to ask questions to city officers at any time by email or indeed through the committee process. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there further comments or questions?
Just
Councillor
a question.
Jones. Yes.
Has that payment exceeded the budget for the conference allowance?
Thank you. Director Parry.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the short answer is no.
Thank you. Are there further comments or questions on the amendment itself? I had Councillor Mercer as the second. Did you wish to speak to it?
No, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Anyone else? No? I will make a very short comment on this one. There have been previous, just to place some context on this in case people do see, unless there's commentary about this being different, there has been items which have previously been forwarded to the Audit and Risk Committee through the council meeting and amendments through the amendments to the list of payments. Of course, that's a separate matter of whether the council should or wish to review these further. The concerns which have been raised were identified through the ordinary course of business, through the administration, through the assessment of expense claims submitted, and of course, as everyone was aware, that was an independent investigation and that was appropriately dealt with at the time. As far as this motion, it's probably best we don't have too much commentary publicly about the different elements. So I'll go to Councillor O'Neill to close if he wishes to. Go through again the merits on how he sees this working procedurally and if it's the right thing to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will just keep it very quickly in closing there. Just firstly, in relation to a request of whether it was circulated or not, the amendment that was put together with the city, I requested that only recently.
Can you speak up, please?
Sorry, I requested that only recently, so there wasn't time to put the amendment through and circulate it to all members. The other point that I will raise is that this has been done before. If everyone recalls, approximately a year or so ago, I did ask and request for something else in relation to reticulation supplies to come back to audit and risk, and the results of that yielded some improved methods of operation. So I'll just leave it at that.
Thank you. We will then go to a vote on the amendment. If we could cast our votes on the screen, please. Thank you. I declare the voting closed and the item carried. Oh, sorry, Councillor Vinciulo. I apologise. Thank you. I declare the voting closed and the item carried. My apologies, Councillor Vinciulo. We then go to the substantive motion now amended. As the original mover of the motion, I think it was Deputy Mayor. Do you wish to? May I have that? Do you wish to speak to the motion?
I do. Only just could have a couple of questions very quickly. A couple of payments on page 26 of 53 of the list of payments. There was a payment to Kennedy's Partnership Law regarding a settlement of an action in the WAIRC for $5,000. Just wonder if we could have some further information on that one, please.
Thank you, Director Humphrey.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'd have to take that one on notice.
Thank you, Director. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. And just a second one on McLeod's lawyers. There's a number. Are they all different proceedings for Dog Act prosecutions?
Director.
Again, through you, Mr. Mayor, I would have to take that on notice, but normally it would be for different prosecutions, but I'll provide confirmation.
Thank you, Director. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. Just curious because there's 3 different ones listed. Don't normally see that many. But other than that, I'm fine to close on. Thank you.
Thank you. There being no more discussion, we will cast a vote. Councillor O'Neill.
Yes, thank you. I haven't spoken to the amendment, to the original as it was.
Sorry,
again,
Councillor O'Neill. I think we've closed debate on the substantive motion. I'm sorry.
Okay, thank you.
So we'll just need to go straight to the vote then. Thank you. I declare the voting closed and the item carried unanimously. Oh, Councillor Chester, I apologise. The item is carried unanimously with Councillor Chester. I apologise. The next item on tonight's agenda is the Strategic Financial Plan. And I think Councillor Hutton has an alternate. But what we'll do is we'll first hear the substantive with Councillor Chester withdrawing the motion.
I did want to ask a question, Mr. Mayor, if you will.
Okay, just because it's quite late doing it as an alternate. So we'll move the substantive, and then Councillor Hutton, you can speak to your alternate in the way you wish to. And so if we can move Councillor Chester, and seconded by Councillor O'Neill. Thank you, Councillor Chester, when you're ready.
Yes, thank you. Just referring to recommendation number 2, if I could ask a question to the Director of Corporate Services. The recommendation suggests that the plan should include two strategies, one to increase revenue and one to reduce expenditure. And I wonder if he could just elaborate on that as to what those strategies might be to achieve those two goals. Thank you.
Director Humphrey.
Through you, Mr Mayor, as outlined in the report, the main strategies to increase revenue obviously is to look at the city's rates revenue, that's our largest revenue source, and also to look at the fees that users pay for direct access to services. The final point of the strategy is to ensure that the city is maximising all non-rates revenue, so for any facilities we operate or for anywhere we can gain a commercial return, we need to make sure that's maximised. With regards to reducing expenditure, the main thing to do is to actually hold our expenditure at current levels for the next 3 years to ensure that the increase in revenue is able to restore the city's operating position back to the required surplus and at the same time not overly impact the services the city is able to provide.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. That's fine. Thank you.
Thank you. And as the seconder, Councillor O'Neill.
Reserve my right.
Thank you. Councillor Hill.
Yes, thanks. Just a question regarding point 8 and the communication plan. Could I just seek some clarity on the timing for publication of communicating with the community regarding these steps? Thank you. When is that likely to occur?
Director Parry. Director Humphrey.
Through you, Mr Mayor. Operating on the assumption that the item is passed this evening by Council, work will begin on the communications plan first thing in the morning. There has already been discussions between the Senior Financial Analyst and the Manager of Community and Stakeholder Relations. We will need to be careful with timing, obviously, in the approach to Christmas, and we also need to be very aware that this does not set the rate and the dollar for Council, so we need to be very careful we don't preempt any future decision of Council with regards to budgets. But clearly there would need to be a communication plan where we advise the community of what's occurring and what the proposed actions are.
Thank you. Councillor Hill.
Yes, thank you. Just to comment, just to say that I think it's important that the rationale is presented at an early opportunity, otherwise different rationales will emerge from the community. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hill. I will move. Councillor Hutton, do you wish to speak to the alternate you'll be looking to?
Yeah, may ask through governance if it's appropriate that I actually move my alternate as an amendment, given it's just a slight change to the wording. So I'm basically suggesting that for point 4, that instead of referencing 2% above Perth CPI, that it references 1% above Perth CPI, which is option 3 from the pack, or scenario 3 from the pack.
I'll check that. That might be an alternate, given it is quite a different financial outcome between the 3 different models. So, Director Parry, is that an alternate? Presume it most likely would be considered an alternate, given the quite substantive nature over the life of the 10-year plan. Sorry, Councillor Hutton, that would be material.
No, that's fine. I just wanted to check before I...
You might, if you're looking to rephrase, if you might be able to do something up to an increase of 2, would that be material or not in the administration's point of view? If we go to the Director, we say up to 2, or is it preferable we lock in an option?
Through you, Mr Mayor, the actual document itself, so the 10-year strategic financial plan, is written with the assumption of a 2% plus CPI increase. If the change was made to proposed rates increase of up to 2%, I don't believe we would need to write the plan. And as I've previously indicated to Council, the actual rates decision can't be made until June next year in any case. So if it was simply to change it to up to 2%, I don't believe it would be requires to rewrite the plan. Any other change would change the revenue assumption and would have to rewrite the plan.
Councillor Hutton?
Sorry, can I just ask just one more point of clarity? If we were to go for the scenario 3 option, would only, and obviously as an alternate, would only part 4 of this motion have to change, or would we also have to amend part 3 as well?
Director?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, it would require us to rewrite most of the financial assumptions in the plan and represent to council.
Okay, thank you. I'm happy to then just foreshadow it as an alternative.
Thank you. An alternative, just scenario 1?
No, scenario 3.
Is this scenario 3, Director? This is scenario 4, sorry. Yeah, sorry, I got confused with the numbers.
No, all good. I just want to make sure we're on the same page. Happy to now speak if I may.
Yeah.
Obviously, in the pack, everyone would know we've been presented with multiple scenarios. These have also been discussed at our strategy session, and then, you know, so there's kind of there's 4 options. Do nothing. Option 2 is freeze expenses. Scenario 3 is freeze expenses plus increase rates CPI plus 1%, and then 4 is freeze expenses plus increase rates by CPI plus 2%. If you take a note at all of the graphs provided, it effectively appears that scenario 1 and 2 effectively are no-goers if we want to maintain the long-term financial stability of the city. On most of the matrices, scenario 3 and 4 eventually do reach the desired balance. They just do so from a different angle. For me, what this all comes down to is I obviously aspire for the city to, where possible, have as low rates as possible. Obviously, I do accept at the moment we are on the horizon of large capital works projects that are going to have to take place, lots of upgrades as the city's assets reach their end of use. I accept we need to do that. I'm strongly in favour of freezing rates where possible. I reluctantly accept that given we cut rates by 7% during COVID, we're actually having to do a little bit of catch-up. And I do think that's appropriate. I do know other cities, such as the city of Stirling, gave one-off rebates instead of a rate cut, which made their return to the normal curve happen much more effectively. But what I think this motion actually signals is that I support the 1%, but I also think we do need to have the real tough discussions. Obviously, the city is going to come back to us with hopefully a proposal to keep to keep expenses consistent. I actually think as a council we need to consider going above and beyond that and actually find additional programmes that are potentially surplus to requirements. So I'm not comfortable with a long-term plan or a medium-term plan that does anything that goes beyond 2%. I would at the moment point out that WA CPI was sitting at 4.2, so we're effectively seeing a rate increase of 6.2%. That's something I'm definitely comfortable with. I do accept that we're not locking in the rate today, but we are sending a clear signal to the administration around what angle we want to go in. And I think the angle we should be going in is being very clear that we want to get the balance of the budget on a footing for long-term financial stability, but keeping rates as low as possible and as practical should be a priority in that. And I think option 3 or scenario 3 does provide that. So as I say, I'm not in a position to support the motion as written. This is obviously something I've had to reflect on a lot over the past couple of weeks. It's a big decision, but I've just come to the position that I'm not comfortable supporting that, and that the priority should be in finding additional savings. And I'm happy, as I've expressed this evening, I'm happy to make some tough calls around budget trimming measures, but I think we should aim for the +1. And then if council decides to deviate from that and go +2 or go +0, we should do so, but +1 should be where we should be aiming. So I encourage you all to not support this motion, but support the foreshadowed alternative.
Thank you, Councillor Hutton. Councillor Pizzey.
Can I just ask the question of the city through you, Chair, that this point is a proposed rate increase that will go through many, many budget sessions and discussions with council, is that correct?
Director.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, that is correct. Council can't determine its rate of the dollar until June. So you will have several workshops where council will be ultimately able to determine what any rate increase is.
Okay. My opinion on this is that we do sit through many, many budget sessions, that every councillor sitting here is going to try and do their best to keep rates as low as they can be while still doing what the city requires. This is a proposed rate increase. It is not the rate increase. And this is going to go through, like the city has said, many, many budget meetings, and it's a proposal. So I'm happy to support as it stands.
Thank you, Councillor Pizzey. Councillor Vinciulo.
Thank you, through you. The amendment suggested by the city in relation to making it up to 2%, is that still a possibility? Can we look at that as an amendment?
Director, I'll go to the Director Humphrey. Is that acceptable, that it's not going to change, have to require a rewrite of the plan, or is that going to cause problems with setting, going through our budget process just before we, I think that's where.
Through you, Mayor Kingston, if the wording was changed to up to 2%, I'm not thinking we would need to rewrite the SFP and represent it, because we would still be able to forecast a rate increase of 2% as the upper bound of what Council would be prepared to consider, which means the plan would still be valid. If it was to be changed to 1%, I think we would need to rewrite the plan and resubmit it.
Thank you. Councillor Vinciulo, do you wish to move that?
Yes, please.
I'm willing to second it. Councillor Vinciulo, do you wish to speak further?
Just briefly, I appreciate the feedback and the commentary, and can appreciate where Councillor Hutton's coming from. I just thought this suggestion is a way of being able to achieve both objectives and get us into a, as Councillor Pizzey said, some good strategy sessions to really hatch it out, but by no means settling on 2 or 1 or anything. Thank you.
Councillor Vinciulo, thank you. I'll be supporting this. I think it's reasonable to try and find some sort of middle ground, but it gives the indication that the upper bound is 2. And of course, taking on board the comments from Councillor Hutton about wanting to try and find some sort of middle point and work from there. I know at the same time, it's not optimal for a lot of people. They would say this is something that we should try and avoid. And I think through our budget processes, that means we have to give some quite strong consideration to the hard decisions we'll have to make, whether it's trying to prioritise projects which generate additional revenue for the city, or finding ways in which we can find efficiencies for the services so that we can work smarter, in the way that we deliver our services. The 2%, I do think it is important that we maintain it at that percentage. Of course, if we go to the graph, which is on page 162, yes, there is a budget recovery in scenario 3, but scenario 4 does take us to a position where the asset renewal reserve is recovering significantly faster and at an earlier time. And I think that is quite significant given the assets which will need to come up for renewal in the short term. And also it's looking at how we're going to fund some of the larger projects which we have on foot, which the community expects us to deliver, and our external stakeholders as well. In addition to what's in the SFP, I think many of the councillors will be aware from the council papers looking at the asset management plans that are attached to an item later tonight. There is actually a gap between the asset management plans and the current SFP, where there is actually a substantial amount which is unfunded or yet to be funded. A lot of that is going to occur through the principal issue, for those who have read the asset management plans, not to foreshadow that, is around transport assets, where there's about $140 million of roads which are at the end of their expected life, as far as just the scheduling of when we believe those assets would come up to the end of their life. Those assets are going to be audited to make sure that we don't have to deal with those renewals all within the short term, but there'll have to be a significant amount of reshuffling of the asset renewal schedules in the short term. So the SFP currently does not take into account the full breadth of some of the concerns which we'll have to weigh up in the budget process. I direct everyone to look quite carefully at, let's see if I've got it bookmarked in front of me, but especially on the transport assets. There's a graph in the asset management plan which talks about where the existing budget level is, assuming the funding of this SFP, and how far that we are missing that budget. And for transport assets, we're missing about $5 million, which is not included per year, For other asset categories, that sits about $500,000 or $1 million, depending on that asset category. So there is actually quite a fair amount of catch-up which does need to occur, and rescheduling and thinking how we will be delivering services into the future. So I understand Councillor Hutton's concerns, and I think we should be quite conscious of the Perth CPI and looking to households about what is affordable for them. But we also need to take into account the necessity of our asset renewals in the short term. So I think the way to deal with those concerns is through the budget process and seeing how we can find those efficiencies and those ways of working smarter to deliver the services for the city. So I can address it more on the substantive, but I would support, I'd encourage everyone to support Councillor Vinciulo. So we do say that we're looking at a window of opportunity, we're looking at a window of ranges here. And of course, we're looking at option 4 as the upper bound. So I'll stop there. Thank you. Councillor Hill.
Yes, thank you. On the proposed alternate here, I just remind the elected members that this trend of divergence from ideal targets was brought to our attention during the last budget process, so we'll all have been aware of that and all of the aware of need to try and redirect the trend towards an appropriate balance. So just reminding everybody that that's been well known for quite some time. I'd just like to, I can support this amendment from Councillor Vinciulo, but just going back to point 8, I'd just like to double check with the Director Humphrey on the communication plan and whether this change creates any difficulties in terms of communicating with the community regarding the rationale and the intention. Bearing in mind the comments from the Mayor of the need to try and stick to this upper bound, but we can potentially find savings to achieve the same convergence with targets by several measures, and it may not need 2% to achieve that. Thank you.
I think Director Humphrey, but then Director Parry may also wish to comment. Director Humphrey.
Through you, Mr Mayor, no, I don't believe the amendment would change dramatically the messaging. We would be providing the community, the message is still the same, that the city will be doing everything it can to contain its costs, but at the same time there is likely to be an increase in rates to restore the city's financial position to where it was prior to the COVID pandemic. So I don't believe it would materially result in any change in the communications plan, but I'm happy to take any feedback as well from Director Parry on what might occur.
Thank you. Director Parry, do you wish to add?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. No, I have nothing to add. We'll just have to work with Director Humphrey on the messaging within that plan.
Thank you. Councillor Hill.
Thanks. Just a quick comment that the messaging is critical. Again, we need to get the rationale right and communicate it properly. It's important that the community understands what we need to do, and it's important that elected members understand what we need to do, and I'm sure we can achieve the desired outcomes through the budget process. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hill. We had Councillor May next.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Through you, not supportive of either the amendment or the proposed alternate. A few reasons. Mainly, this was discussed at length in a strategy session, and many people talk about the need to make hard decisions, and it brings me some concern that when it comes to a council meeting to endorse a proposed framework, people putting around alternative recommendations, in my view, it waters down the intent of it, and we're not even at budget sessions yet. We're not seeing the rate in a dollar. We're aware that there are issues in the medium term in terms of the operating deficit that need to be dealt with. I maintain that it's not a doomsday scenario where we're nowhere near, for example, the position the federal government are in, where they're borrowing money to keep the lights on and empty the bins. But we do need to rein it in over time, and a lot of it is a COVID hangover that we now need to deal with. And I know Director Humphrey has told us over the last few years that at some point we will need to address it. So I'd rather front load it and address it earlier rather than later. And even taking into account the proposed 2%, we'd still be probably one of the 2 or 3 lowest rating local governments in the state, so we'd still be in a pretty good position. We are pretty fortunate in Joondalup that we do have a reasonable amount of revenue from other sources beyond residential rates. We're not in as good a position as Stirling is with Osborne Park, but we're in a pretty good position compared to a lot of local governments. So I'd be supporting the officer's recommendation that was taken in the strategy session. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor May. Are there any further comments? Sorry, Councillor Hutton.
Yeah, just wanted to speak on the amendment. Obviously, I think the amendment makes a great improvement to the original wording of the motion, so I do thank Councillor Vinciulo for that. I suppose the language up to no more than 2%, I think both effectively mean the same thing. One probably has a bit more of a bite to it, but I'm happy on the sense that the intention is we're definitely not going over 2. We're probably going to try and get it lower. I do get the sense that most councillors would want it to be as, as low as practical and as low as possible. As I said, I know the points we made about the hard decisions. I agree that there's hard decisions on different ways, but I just wanted to be clear that I think we can sometimes do a better job at focusing on core business of the city. But saying that, a lot of the creep that does happen isn't our fault necessarily. Sometimes things are pushed to us by state government, by federal government and the like. So yes, I do take you can make hard decisions on both sides. Personally, I would rather make the hard decisions on the spending side than on the rate side. But I do take the point of Councillor May. So yes, I will definitely support the amendment. I still would prefer if we aimed for the 1, but this is better than the wording initially was. So thanks to Councillor Vinciulo and the Mayor for the suggestion.
Thank you, Councillor Hutton. Any further? Councillor Vinciulo, do you wish to close on the amendment?
Thank you. Through you, just briefly. Thank you, Councillor Hutton, for the commentary. You couldn't have captured my sentiment any more perfectly. It's pretty much exactly where I'm at. Hopefully we can get around it. I think it's just a way of being able to achieve everything that's been discussed through commentary. But one thing which has definitely been highlighted, and I think needs to be highlighted again, is that the way we position this and the way we present this is critical, and the comms need to be elite. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Vinciulo. I guess we'll move to a vote on the amendment. Could I have everyone cast their votes, please? I declare the voting closed and the item is carried. Thank you. Moving then to the substantive motion amended. Are there any other further comments from elected members? I think Councillor O'Neill, you seconded, and did you speak to the motion?
I haven't spoken to it yet.
Okay, Councillor O'Neill.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Happy with the amendment, but I won't be supporting the motion as a full. There's parts there that I do agree with. There's also parts there that I don't agree with. You can all probably guess which ones they are, but it is just happy to hear that we are willing to make the hard decisions when these come up later on this evening.
Thank you. Are there further?
Sorry, could I just make a request, if possible, that we break out points 4 and potentially 5 if required when voting on this?
When you say break out those ones and foreshadow with?
Yes, foreshadow with the alternative.
Okay. Sure.
If possible.
Yep. Deputy Mayor, I think you're next.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Speak on the substantive motion. Look, pleased to see the SFP brought forward. It was noted in the report that we didn't see the updated version in 2024 due to our projections being impacted by economic uncertainty. The unfortunate situation with that is, regardless of those challenges, we need to be seeing this document to keep informed and know where we're going. This document is supposed to feed into our budget decision making and to be aware of the challenges we face in the future and set the strategy going forward, it makes it difficult to look short term without understanding the impact on the long term. Similarly, having the other documents such as the asset management plans. Now we have sought the strategy, but also would suggest we amend point 2 to say plans, not plan, but the detail to understand the impacts and what we're trying to deal with. And whilst we may have had some comment around it, I'm not sure we've had the plain numbers presented to us to see the real impact of what ongoing maintenance spend is required to be done each year, so that we are making the right decisions going forward and setting the city on the right path. So from my point of view, good to see the SFP here. I'd like to see it presented more regularly. I think it's a challenge, and if there are fluctuating issues, then that's something that we need to be aware of when we're setting the budget and have that factored into our decision making. A comment around comms on how we're going to go forward with this. The biggest challenge I've had with our budget process since I've been on council is the fact that we typically don't bring it to a briefing session and allow the community to actually engage. It's always a late item. There's no opportunity for deputations, limited chance to speak and engage. So from my point of view, I would love to see, as part of our budget process, that we're actually bringing the draft budget through to the June briefing sessions and allowing a number of weeks for the community to actually soak it in and engage. Look, if we could have other budget sessions where the community were actually engaged about what was going into it earlier on in the piece, that would be fantastic too. But that will, I know other local governments do that, actually have forums, but for at least from once we draft a document, that it be given adequate time for the community to absorb it and be able to comment on what we're suggesting as a budget. So happy to support this as is, but I'd like to see us take some really positive steps in increasing our transparency and accountability and engagement with the community on the budget process. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other comments to the motion as amended? Councillor May, have you spoken to the...
I've spoken to the
amendment.
The amendment, not the motion at large.
Okay. Thank you. Would you like to speak now?
Thank you. Yeah, I'll keep it very brief. Obviously, I spoke against the slight change in wording to item 4, but supportive of the motion at large. I do think that we are in a good position. If you look at the rate increases over the last recent years, there actually has been a rate freeze in real terms because rates haven't been above CPI. So we've had roughly a 5-year rates freeze. At some point, when expenditure's going up, rates have to catch up because we haven't even been keeping up with CPI. Again, I remember in 2017 when I first ran for council, everyone was saying about to support either a rates freeze or not support rates above CPI, and that's what's been happening. But unfortunately, the rate reduction during COVID has contributed to us falling behind in meeting our operating position, having an operating surplus. I just hope that going forward we're able to make difficult decisions on the expenditure as well as the revenue side, and also keep that in mind when considering other policies in terms of things that come through the policy committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor May. Is there any other comments? Councillor Fishwick. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. In relation to clause 2, I just think that should be pluralised in terms of the asset management. It's got asset management plan. I think we all know it's asset management plans. So for me, we could ask the mover and the seconder to just add an S there, or up to you, Mr Mayor, to take it as an amendment.
I think let's seek the concurrent of the mover and the seconder. Councillor Chester and O'Neill, are you happy to add the letter S?
Yes, thank you.
To correct grammar. Councillor O'Neill? Thank you, Councillor O'Neill. I guess we'll make the small change then. Thank you, Councillor Fishwick. Do you wish to speak to the motion as it's substantive? Any final comments from anyone? Just a brief comment from me. I think the important observation from the officer's recommendation with the amendment is that nothing is locked in at this stage. It's saying that we are looking to repair the budget and we are looking to find a pathway to doing that, and the officer's recommendation goes a long way towards doing that. If we depart from that, there has to be then significant changes and significant savings that are not insignificant, that are not small. And the reason why I say that is part of the motion, as whether it's scenario 3 or 4, that the operating expenditure of the city is frozen for a number of years. Each of those years, if we consider a CPI change in those, by a 3-year period, that could be a 9% decrease in the amount in real terms which we'd be spending on materials and contracts, wages and salaries. So moving towards a situation, if we are supporting, as Councillor Hutton suggests, option 3, so scenario 3, we would have to find even deeper cuts within the administration if we were to have the same financial outcomes. And for me at this stage, I think the most suitable outcome is scenario 4, that we propose that and we go through the budget process and we try and find what efficiencies we can. If we can come in under that 2%, I think that would be preferable. But if we can't, we also do need to try and raise our income. It's not just fixing the operating expenditure aspects of the organisation. It's also the income at this stage has not been keeping pace, and that needs to be dealt with. If we have the increase, as Councillor May has rightly said, is that we would still be one of the lowest rating councils in Perth, both nominally and also the rate in the dollar. But putting that aside, to also speak, as I was foreshadowed with the amendment, if for those people who have not seen the graph on page 827 of the attachments, if people want to go there, you'll see a graph of the current transport assets, and you'll see the current funding level of the budget looking at the long-term financial plan. So that's the strategic financial plan and the top sentence. And it says the 10-year long-term financial plan results in a shortfall of 5.2 million per year of the forecast life cycle cost to provide these services. And so if you look at the year for 2026, there is a significant amount of assets that fall within that 120 million. Now, as everyone has read from the asset management plans and the officer's comments attached to those, that the city will be auditing those assets. Now, that expenditure will not all fall within 2026 and will need to be spread over a number of years, and the audit will go a long way to see which assets we can then repair and then hold over, which ones we can sweat and work things through on. But looking at just that graph, you can see that the current budget level with the SFP, we need to find a clear pathway through our asset renewals, and not just that, but also fixing the income side of the equation for the city. Also replicated on page 905, if people go to that page 2, you'll see again for that asset category, a similar type of situation. That's the renewal costs for that category, all falling within 2026. And of course, looking where the budget line sits for that asset category. You can see, once again, that there's currently where we're sitting with our financial budgets, there's going to have to be a significant readjustment. So I take on board everything that Councillor Hutton says about wanting to fix the operational side, the operational expense of the city, and that's something we will look through and be diligent with through the budget process, and that's why I've been having conversations with a lot of the elected members about what information they'd like to see presented. But it's not just the OPEX side, it's also the operational income which we'll need to look at. So finding projects which will be providing a reliable source of income for the city, and then at the same time also trying to find ways in which rate increases that are affordable for our community, and of course looking quite carefully at affordability for everyone given the financial circumstances at the time and the climate and the economic climate. So I would encourage everyone quite carefully to consider supporting the officer's recommendation as it stands. Increase of up to, I know that might not seem an easy decision for a lot of people. It's a hard decision, but as I think Councillor May rightly said, we are here for the hard decisions, and I think we need to step up when we need to, make the right decisions in budget sessions to try and look at what we can do with our expenditure and make the hard decisions on rating as well, to ensure that we do stay within, so that we do continue to be one of the lowest rating councils, and we don't have a spike in the future years where we have to put up rates significantly. So I think we need to be responsible. So I'd encourage everyone to support the officer's recommendation as we have in front of us with the small amendment. Thank you. And Councillor Chester, do you wish to close? As the mover.
No, nothing more to add.
Thank you, Councillor Chester. We'll then go to a vote on the item that's in front of us. If we can have that on the screen. So I know you said about breaking out separate elements, Councillor Hutton. I think that would just be for point 4. Yep, thank you. So if we could vote on all the elements except for point 4, if the governance team is... How would you like me to do this? Thank you. Thank you. We're just going to cancel that round of voting. So if we could get a vote for all the elements of the motion except for part 4, which, if part 4 is not successful, we will go to the foreshadowed element from Councillor Hutton. So could I have a vote for items 1 to 8, excluding 4? Thank you. And vote on the screen, please. Thank you, and that carries unanimously. And then for number 4, which is the officer's recommendation with the small amendment from Councillor Joondalup. If we could take a vote on that, please. Thank you. I declare the voting closed and the item carried. Thank you. And could we have a small, well, we're not a small, but could we have a reason for departing from the officer's recommendation? So I'll go to Councillor Joondalup as the proposer of the amendment.
Purely to provide a bit more flexibility moving forward in the decision-making process.
Thank you, Councillor Joondalup. And Director Parry, is that acceptable for the motion?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, that will do.
Thank you. The next item on the agenda is 1218, which is the amendment of the 2025-26 budget. So this one here is an absolute majority item, so no one withdrew this item for comments or questions, so I'll be withdrawing this one and moving the officer's recommendation as written. If I could get a seconder. Seconded, Councillor Mercer. Thank you. I don't wish to speak to it, but I'll respond to comments if there are. Thank you, Councillor Mercer.
Nothing from me, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Mercer. Any comments, questions? No, in that case, we'll just go straight to the vote then. You could cast your votes on the screen, please. Declare the voting, no, Councillor Raff? No, I declare the voting closed and the item carried. Thank you. The next item is the petition request to abandon the construction of the footpaths. So, Councillor O'Neill, your amendment was...
Yes, I do believe that Councillor Chester's going to move it, and then I will second the motion to make things easier.
Councillor Chester?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to move the recommendations as presented by the city officers, which we will find on page 183 of tonight's agenda. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Chester. Yep, and seconded by Councillor O'Neill. Councillor Chester, do you wish to speak to the motion now?
Yes, I do. Thank you.
Thank you.
First of all, I want to make the point that placement of pathways throughout the city is certainly not a haphazard process. The city engineers undertake it very much as a strategic process with safety in mind, and it is assessed under a multi-criteria matrix so that the outcomes provide the best and safest connectivity to activity centres, shopping centres, bus stops and schools. In fact, in the case of the planned pathway, which is being presented in this report, the pathway in Carew Place, which connects directly to the public access way leading to Allenswood Road on the western side, is the shortest route for students who are living east of Allenswood Road, and those students who wish to attend the Greenwood Primary School. If they access the primary school, the shortest route is in fact through Carew Place. These students, unfortunately, if they exit from Carew Place, they're very likely to amble, if you like, or jaywalk out onto Maryvale Way, which at that time of the morning when the students are walking to school, of course, is drop-off time, and there is a high traffic flow along Maryvale Way. The last thing we need is students jaywalking across that uncontrolled section of Maryvale Way. The purpose, and this was stated quite clearly by the Director at the last briefing session, the purpose of the pathway, which is recommended by the staff, is to direct or, if you like, guide students along the pathway to the planned pedestrian crossing, which they can then safely enter the school grounds. Now, that notion, or that assertion, I should say, was put forward by the Director, as I said, and I totally agree with it, that the pathway will function in that way. And I hesitate to put it so bluntly, but quite frankly, in this instance, the safety of children accessing the school should always take precedence over the minor inconvenience of having a relatively narrow pathway placed at the back of the curb on quite a wide verge. My record over the past 16 years will indicate that I have not always agreed with city staff on some of their initiatives that are being put to council. But in this instance, Carew Place being the shortest route to Greenwood Primary School for those students that live east of Allenswood Road, for their sake, I'm absolutely convinced that this pathway is necessary and should go ahead. And I believe my co-ward councillor might have an opposing view, and I'm looking forward to hearing his argument. Thank you.
Councillor O'Neill.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to move the alternate, if I could.
You don't get to move your alternate, you'll just have to foreshadow it.
Oh, foreshadow.
Yeah, so if you want to speak to the merits of it at this time, as you'd have to make sure that Councillor Chester's motion did not succeed for yours to be able to be voted on.
Okay. Right, fine. In that case, I will speak to this really quickly. I've had discussions with a large group of these people. I've met them in the park. They're at Birch Park. I've listened to their reasoning behind why they don't want this this to go through their cul-de-sacs. Research has been done. You've seen the photos. We've sent those out there. We're talking about 2 children that actually go through Carew, and I'm pretty sure from indication that those 2 children actually live in Carew. Apart from that, there's not much that comes through Carew, and that has been on multiple occasions where people have sit there and watched and noted it. I've been one of those. I think it's an unnecessary endeavour and it serves no purpose to the residents of Greenwood in Birch and Carew. Now, being local to the area and having deeper understanding of the manner in which residents travel in the area and what purpose it is used for, it seems that it's a better option for the city and the residents to instead direct funds to something different, like a construction through Birch Park connecting the two PAWs. Residents of the city of Joondalup rarely travel through Birch or Carew and do, however, use and enjoy Birch Park. The second point to the issue is that when the proof has been offered that the children of the area use bush paths through the area which lead into the car park where traffic reverses into the area, it has been seen, I've seen it with my own eyes. The city intends to direct the youth by way of a crosswalk leading out of Carew straight across onto the back of a car park. Now, yes, there is a bush park there, and there is a couple of metres worth of bush there, but kids naturally pave their own way and go through those sorts of areas. Adding a walkway and a crossover directly to the back of a car park where cars reverse on an angle and cannot see people is dangerous, in my ideas. If you live in the area, you know that that is true. As councillors, we do know our area and we spend our time understanding the residents in the suburbs and how the things that they want and the things that they don't. It's times like these that we do need to listen to what the residents request, make sound judgments for the people who make the suburbs and the city of Joondalup their home. It serves no purpose, upsets the people who live in the areas, and it shows that they haven't been heard. I would see it as terrible practice if councillors, we listen to something that somebody that lived in Iluka looked at a map or a spreadsheet and decided what happened in Mandurah. Listen to your locals, it's where they live. They've started this petition for a reason. There was a lot of them. Well, I've met them all. Birch Park is a lovely smaller park and it's enjoyed by many people in the area. The voices of the ratepayers who reside in the area have not been heard when the decision was made to install pathways in Birch and Carew. The chance is now for council to let us know that the residents, we've heard your request and we've heard your concerns. Just really quickly, if I could. Sorry. Potential risks and counter arguments that the city have put forward is that if you push hard on rejecting the street footpaths, be ready for some of the counterpoints. These are going to be safety officers. Officers are likely going to argue that pedestrian safety for children is compromised without street footpaths. Regulatory requirements, they cite Ausroads and DOT guidelines. Future liability, they might argue without formal paths the council could expose to liability. Timing and budget, they'll point to the budget already allocated in 25-26. The point is that these paths don't exist at this point and they haven't been a problem to date. There is no evidence that there's been anyone hurt in Carew or Birch. There's no record of anyone being hit by a car in Carew or Birch. They are safe roads. The money would be better used in Birch Park to create a pathway through for the POWs, and that is how people could use the park a little bit better, and they could actually get across from one side of Allenswood right through to Maryvale, staying on a path.
Thank you. Councillor O'Neill, I'll just have to give you just a small caution in relation to some of the comments. The officers haven't yet given an opinion on a number of the matters which you raised, so at this point the officers' comments are what's in the agenda and in the report. So I just think just be careful with the speculation of what you think the officers' comments may or may not be in response to questions.
Understood.
Thank you. Any other comments? Councillor Pizzey.
Can I foreshadow an alternate motion if this fails and Councillor O'Neill's fails, please?
Sure. What would you like to foreshadow?
I have seen the alternate, so knowing that, I would want point 2 to say the pathways connect through the park to the PAW, but to also include the pedestrian crossings and not to remove them.
Okay, thank you. We'll deal with that if we get to that one, and we'll seek specific wording at that time.
Yep, can I make comment 2 then, please?
Yeah, sure.
I think that the path is needed one way or the other, whether it's required through the streets. I'm not completely sold either way. I think it could be appropriate to bring the path through the park, straight through the PAW. I do, however, believe that pedestrian crossing across Maryvale Way is appropriate, and the safety of children should be the most important thing. And when we're talking about liability here, if a child gets hit on that road and council says they don't want a crossing there after the city has recommended it, I think you're leaving yourself open to liability. So that is why I've foreshadowed my alternate motion, that if this fails and then O'Neill's also fails, because I would not be supportive of not having the child crossing across Melbourne Way. So that's the reasoning for my foreshadowed motion.
Thank you. Councillor May.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Just for you, a couple of questions before I make a brief comment.
Sure.
First question, I note there is a park revitalisation project slated for I think it's Birch Park. Is that going to be separate to this project to install the paths on Birch and Carew?
Director? Oh, sorry, Acting Director.
Through you, Mr Mayor, yes, the revitalisation upgrade of Birch Park is scheduled for 27-28, and that includes path connections through to the various cul-de-sacs.
Thank you. Has this, the project we're discussing now, has that been considered in the context of that planned park revitalisation?
Acting Director.
Through you, Mr Mayor, yes, it has.
Thank you. And final question. Has there been residents who don't necessarily live on either of these streets but have asked for better footpath connections, particularly linking to the school?
Acting Director.
Through you, Mr Mayor, I'll get the Manager of Engineering Services to comment.
Thank you.
Thank you for the question, through you, Mr Mayor. Yes, this was a request with a ward meeting through the councillor at the time in 2021 to ask for the connection for the school. It's not for the residents in that area, it's for the school kids going through that, so yeah.
Thank you. I'll do a John Farnham and ask another final question.
Thank you, Councillor May.
Has the path gone through the normal prioritisation matrix?
Yes, that's correct. It was put onto the program in 2021, and it made its time through the project, the Capital Works projects up until now. Thanks.
Thank you. Just a brief comment for you, Mr Mayor. Footpaths are an interesting topic. Many people ask me about footpaths in their areas, particularly in my ward, and I often raise them with the city, and some of them go through and they're considered higher priority and they get done relatively quickly, and other ones don't happen. And on the council side, you have people who don't necessarily want one on their street. Where I see merit, I always argue the case for new footpaths, and sometimes the city agrees, sometimes it doesn't. At the end of the day, we have quite a robust matrix, and it's never going to be perfect, but I think we need to kind of trust the process on this, and at the end of the day, the verge is the property of the city, and the city is entitled to place a footpath there if it wishes. I have a footpath going in on my street, on my side of the road, and being constructed at some point in the next few weeks, I believe. I'm not particularly excited about it, but it's one of those things you have to cop. And I understand the greater need for a path in that area. In terms of existing residents on the street, I think we do need to listen to their concerns, but a footpath has a useful life of around 40 years. There will be It's also considering future residents of the street, whether there's future young families who move in there, as well as people in the surrounding streets who we want to encourage people to walk to school where possible. We've always got, every single school has got parking issues and parking pressures, and a lot of them are for kids who live very close by, whose parents drop them off. So on balance, I'm supportive of the officer's recommendation as it stands. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mayor. Councillor Hill.
Yes, thanks through you, Mr Mayor. A question, if I may, to the Acting Director. Just double checking here that my understanding is that the professionals working for the city assess all of the potential footpaths that need to be installed and use a matrix to establish priorities. First question is, can you just confirm that's the case? Thank you.
Thank you. Acting Director or the Manager?
Thank you for the question. Yes, Councillor Hill, that's the case, yes.
Thank you. Secondly, can I just ask whether the proximity of this location to a school is a factor in that prioritisation matrix? Thank you.
Thank you, yes. I can confirm that it is, yes.
Thank you. Can I further ask through you, Mr Mayor, just to check whether the city has had any engagement whatsoever with the school regarding this access way, which is based on passage to the school? Thank you.
Thank you. Acting Director?
Thank you for the question. No, not specifically with the school in this case.
Thank you. I just close with a comment, if I may, just to say that I'm supportive of the officer's recommendation, noting that they are the qualified professionals dealing with these issues. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hill. Is there further comments? Councillor Fishwick.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Just a question. Have we undertaken any pedestrian counts that might warrant heavy foot traffic of students going to the school? Because it was mentioned earlier on, I think it was Councillor O'Neill said that the residents advised that was only 2 children used that as a route to the school. So it seems like the pedestrian count's very low, but have we taken any pedestrian counts or surveys ourselves?
Thank you. Acting Director or the Manager?
Thank you for the question, Councillor Fishwick, through you, Mr Mayor. Generally, we do not take counting of pedestrians in a case like this. It's more connection between the existing suburb on the on the western side and create connectivity back to the school. Pedestrian counts vary through times depending on the school attendance and whether people are comfortable to get their kids to walk that route or not.
Councillor?
So I gather that the answer is no, but in another local authority I've been connected with where the footpath was going in, there was one requirement that the elected members be provided with foot traffic counts to justify or if it warrants a footpath or not. So that little concerns me a bit that perhaps our rationale for installing a footpath should also include perhaps pedestrian counts or surveys that justify the foot traffic utilising that area to justify the footpath. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fishwick. Are there any further comments? Councillor Rafters and then Councillor Pizzey.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'll be supporting the alternate, whilst I understand the pathway and suggestion that they go in. I'm also looking at contemplating how many pathways we do put in. And in the quiet cul-de-sac, I'm not sure I see any real requirement for it. Within the comment, this is noting that the pedestrian numbers may be minimal currently, but the pathway installation takes into consideration future growth and demographic changes. Well, on that basis, I'd put it in the basket of where we'd be looking at in terms of our asset renewals and budget process and say, what do we actually need to spend now and what items can be put off until the future? And for me, these pathways don't look like they even are required now. They're actually being justified for their future use. So from my point of view, let's look at how much, how many pathways we're putting down and how many are actually required. increasing activity amongst the street doesn't mean putting a pathway in every street, particularly minor ones which are actually cul-de-sacs. So from my point of view, I don't see it necessary considering the pathways that are needed around the city, and in fact probably more so when we look at our asset management plans and the comments made about ensuring we are maintaining the assets we have. We've got a long list of existing pathways, many of which need renewal, and I'd rather see the funds spent on, instead of creating a new asset and future liability, is fixing the ones we currently have. So I would not be supporting the current one, I'll be supporting the alternate. Thank you.
Thank you. Do any other councillors wish to comment? Sorry, Councillor Pizzi, I said you were next. Apologies.
That's okay. A question. Can we split point 2 and make a 5th point, so have a 1, 2 and then a new point 3, so we can split up the voting on this? So if we could have supports the construction of school connection pathways from Birch Park along Birch Place and Carew Place, and then new point, supports pedestrian crossing from each cul-de-sac to Maryville Way to improve the connectivity between Allenswood and Greenwood Primary School. And then if we could then vote on points 2 and 3 separately. And then foreshadow my motion later, after O'Neill's, that the pathway can be constructed through the park to the PAW.
I think if we're going to be adding that much to the motion, I think that's a new alternate in itself if we're going to add a point 3 and adding.
I'm only adding one word, and that is to remove including, make a new point that says supports pedestrian crossings. So those points are separated.
I think we should go with the motion that we currently have moved at this stage. I think we're adding complexity to try and say let's split out parts of it. I think it's better if, as I said, Councillor Chester has moved the motion in its current form. I think it's open then if...
I don't think that amendment changes the intention of it at all. It's just splitting point 2 into 2 points rather than 1.
Okay. I guess we can hear the amendment. Do we have a seconder who wishes to split the motion? Councillor May. So splitting on which word? Just for the
So it says supports the construction of school connection pathways from Birch Park along Birch Place and Carew Place, including, and then stop that there. And then where it says including, make that the point 3, supports crossings from each cul-de-sac to Maryville Way to improve the connectivity between Allenswood Road and Greenwood Primary School. And then when we vote, to vote on points 2 and 3 separately.
I think before we proceed, I'm going to go to Councillor O'Neill, and the reason is that Councillor O'Neill has, before I actually allow this, is that Councillor O'Neill has foreshadowed a motion prior to this, and that has a particular form. And if we split out elements in this and we vote on those different elements and lock in parts, that does prejudice Councillor O'Neill, which I've already given the next call for an alternate. That's the concern I have with this, is that we are locking in parts. So I'm going to ask Councillor O'Neill a question. Does that cause problems for your alternate?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I do believe it does cause problems for the alternate as a whole.
Yeah. Okay.
The point is, if the 2 and the new point fail, then we will go to the foreshadowed motion.
I think that might cause... I think it's better if... Yeah. We can do this in the discussion on the amendment. Just thinking the best way to do this. I think let's propose the amendment with Councillors Pizzi and May, and I think we'll debate the element, and I think people have to give regard to the concern that it causes then for other motions which are already foreshadowed, and whether that prejudices other councillors and their positions. So I'll have the amendment moved and seconded again. Councillor May, are you willing to do that still? Yes? Councillor Pizzi, do you wish to speak to it?
Very briefly, the point of this amendment is so that I feel it's a better of both worlds, getting some sort of mid-ground where we get pathway connection through the park to the PAW, and the children can also still have a crossing across that arterial road to the school. It connects it still, and it creates a safe place for children to cross. Going to points earlier that foot traffic would need to be done. As a mother, I wouldn't let my child walk to school if it wasn't safe to cross Maryville Way. So sometimes when you build...
Yeah, I'm just going to draw your attention to relevance. If the amendment is just splitting the two, you'll just have to stick
The relevance is
to
to
those
talking to the
splitting of the two,
splitting
because
of
that's
it
the amendment.
on keeping the children's crossing and why I'm doing it. So the whole point is that as a mother, I wouldn't let my children walk to school. So if it wasn't safe to cross Maryville Way, if there was a children's crossing there, I may allow that to happen, and so more children may walk to school and use those pathways and connected areas. I would like to see the pathway connected through the PAW and to keep the children's crossing, and that is why I put this in and foreshadowed later a motion to have that connection through the park.
Councillor May is the seconder.
Just a very brief comment. In my view, it's the officer's recommendation, except point 2 has been split in two. It's not. I don't believe it's that complicated, so I'll just leave it for people to decide on.
Thank you. I'll go to Councillor O'Neill next to comment on this, given... I did the Deputy Mayor was signalling first, if that's all right.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a question. Just following the reference to the listing of the pathways against priority list, just curious as when the Birch and Carew were added onto the priority list and what number they would be ranked at.
Acting Director and the Manager.
Thank you for the question. Yes, it's currently at 88, and it was placed on the register at the request at the ward meeting in 2021.
Thank you. As a follow-up of a list of the pathway priority list, which was received from the Director in, July 2022, new path projects prioritisation listing, and the only reference to Birch or Carew is a reference at 118 for the Birch Park for the connection between PAWs in east and west direction. So I'm just wondering if they could be commented on, please.
Yep.
Thank you for the question. Yes, we review the matrix from time to time. We did a few tweaks on it to make it more compliant with our design guidelines. So that was done last year somewhere. So that might be the old list that you have there in front of you.
Deputy Mayor.
Sorry, I couldn't quite hear all that response. Could you repeat that, please?
Yep. So we reviewed the matrix somewhere last year. We do it from time to time. We add more criteria as we think we need. And then the matrix can change the roads and the paths that's required.
So from follow-up, paths that were not on there in 2022 get elevated up the list because of a review. They were on in 2021, but not on the list because my list stops at 165. So just trying to understand how obviously something that was on at this stage but lower than 165 got elevated up. What would be the significant change to elevate it up to, say, 88? And then why would we even be doing a path at 88 before all the paths 1 to 87? That's it. Thanks.
Yep, to the Acting Director. Manager.
I think the score refers to 88%. It's not number 88.
Sorry, I'm still, in terms of what changed, what factors would have changed to see it elevate up from nowhere to obviously somewhere near the very top, that's all. If it was being contemplated in 21, but this list of July 22 doesn't have it, either of those two streets. So I'm just trying to understand what factors changed that created the elevation, that's all. Thank you.
I'll have to take that question on notice, thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor, any further? Councillor O'Neill.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm very confused, I must say. I don't agree with the amendment, and I will be voting against it so we can get back to some normal. I'm confused by the whole thing. I'm further confused by the 88% reference that was just made by the director or acting director. Does that mean that Birch Park, where it was situated on this map, was 118%? I'm very confused by the whole thing.
Go to the acting director or the manager for that one.
Thank you for the question. I'll take it on notice. I'm trying to have the matrix. I don't have the matrix with me at the moment to answer the detailed questions like that. I'll take it on notice. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. That being said, I won't be supporting the amendment and I won't be supporting the original motion until, and hopefully we can get to the alternate. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hutton, you were signalling.
I was going to signal a procedural motion to refer this item back.
We can't do that on the amendment.
Okay.
So we're discussing an
I'm
amendment.
happy to, I feel like there's a lot of,
really
there's a lot of questions unanswered that need to be answered. So,
sure. Thank you. I do have a question for the acting manager or the director. I'm just looking at page 774, and it's about splitting out the different parts on this. So in the event that part 2 did not succeed, so there's not the footpaths on Carrow and Birch, and part 3 did succeed along Maryvale Way, these crossings, is there a footpath on that side of Maryvale Way, or are these crossings just going to cross onto other people's verges, looking at the page on 774? So if those footpaths on Birch and Carrow aren't there, are we just putting crosses onto, saying you can cross onto somebody else's verge, because it doesn't look like there's a footpath on that side?
Thank you for the question, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I don't think there's no path on the western side of Merrifield Way, so you won't be able to direct the crossings to no footpath system.
So if I have this correct, my question is that it just appears that in that case, if we did put a marked crossing on the road, you're just crossing onto somebody's lawned verge. Is that correct?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, so if part 3 really does rely on, from a safety management and a path management perspective, part 3 really does rely on part 2, that if there isn't the footpath on Birch and Carrow, those crosswalks across Maryvale just go nowhere. It just goes onto somebody's grass or driveway. Okay.
This is correct.
Can I ask a question to that?
Yes.
So where the PAW comes out, that is between those two cul-de-sacs, that PAW does come out onto a footpath. Is that correct? That's what I could see. No footpath. When I was visualising that on Google Earth, it did look like there was a footpath there. So the PAW opens out to no footpath. Because that's what it...
Acting Director.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the cul-de-sacs open out onto Maryvale with the footpath on the eastern side of Maryvale, the school side. The actual cul-de-sacs just open up onto the actual Maryville Way.
So the children cross at the moment through the PAW straight across Maryville Way to the other side without a pedestrian crossing.
Acting Director.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that is correct.
Councillor Pizzi, do you have another question?
No, I don't.
No. I've just got a brief comment. Look, I don't support the amendment. As I said at the start, I think it does raise concerns procedurally to lock in footpath elements that don't quite go anywhere. And I think there's also the concern just to be orderly about the meeting for Councillor O'Neill, who also has a foreshadowed amendment, a foreshadowed alternate as a whole. As I said earlier, I think it's better these matters are dealt with as alternate motions as a whole. I'd encourage people not to support this, as I said, it causes obvious problems. And looking at page 774, if point 3 is supported, we're just supporting crossing elements onto an areas just without paths. That 2 and 3 are linked because they're footpaths that are then created to then create a link from the new footpath to the footpath on the opposite side of the road. So I would just say we don't need to split it out. I don't think it makes all that much sense procedurally, so I'd encourage people not to support the motion. Go to Councillor Pizzi to close.
Yeah, I agree. If there's no footpath, which I was unaware of, I thought there was a footpath along that main road, then those 2 pedestrian crossings would connect to no path at all. What would be more appropriate is that the pedestrian crossing went straight past where the PAW was across the road there. So I'll be supporting the original motion as it is. I think the safety of the children needs to be put above anything else.
Thank you. This vote is just, we've had the closing of debate, Councillor Hutton, so there aren't any questions.
I wanted
or
to
statements.
seek, my interpretation is the amendment's been removed, so we're back to...
No, it hasn't. We're about to vote on the amendment.
I get the sense the mover's just signalled that she's withdrawing the amendment.
We've moved to the part where we vote on the amendment, so the debate's closed. We've passed all of those points. So we're going to vote on the amendment now. So, yep. Yep, okay, if we can go to a vote on the amendment, those in favour, well, those we can vote on the screen. Remember, this is just a splitting those elements. So this is not supporting what should happen with the footpaths overall. Councillor Chester, you need to vote on the amendment.
I don't see any problem with the amendment.
It's all. Not a debate.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You just need to vote.
I was reading a document, I'm sorry.
Thank you. I declare the voting closed and the amendment is lost. Moving back to the officer's recommendation with Councillor Chester, we'll go to Councillor Hutton for a procedural.
Yeah, I want to put a procedural motion that the motion be put.
The motion be put. I'll have a seconder, Councillor May. Could I have a vote on the procedural motion that the motion be put? We'll do it by show of hands this time. For those that the motion be put, that is Councillor Pizzi, May, Jones, Mercer, Hutton, Hill, myself as the Mayor, Councillor Fishwick, and Councillor Vinciulo. And those against? And that is the Deputy Mayor and Councillor O'Neill. Is that for or against? That's against, Councillor Chester? You have to use the right.
I'm not voting for the procedural motion.
Okay,
That's
against. Councillor Chester is against. In that case, the procedural motion succeeds, and we then go to a vote on the substantive motion from Councillor Chester.
Sorry, I believe there's a right of reply even when a procedural motion is moved. Yeah, sorry.
Oh, sorry about that, Councillor Hutton. You are correct. Councillor Chester, do you wish to close out the debate now with the reasons for
Yes,
the motion?
I would very much like to.
Thank you, Councillor Chester.
All right. I just want to say first that I am somewhat surprised that the city, in their endeavours to make these, or Maryville Way particularly, safer, did not engage with the school in question. Don't like to be too critical of the staff, but I think it would have provided a better outcome, certainly in terms of Councillor O'Neill's comment that where the proposed pedestrian crossing accesses the school, there is a car park, and there may be an issue there which could have been supported or could have been sorted out by consultation with the school, and that would not have been an issue, and I believe it may be. But we need to keep in mind that and I'm looking now at page 774 of the attachments, this motion involves the movement of students not just through Carew Place but also Birch Place, and in both instances leading to prescribed pedestrian crossings above or across, I should say, Maryvale Way. And we know that at the times the students would be accessing the school would be the maximum traffic movement along that road. I think it would be irresponsible of us not to have the students, and this is another point I want to make, I'm surprised that there was no data collected on how many students attend the Greenwood Primary School who actually live east of Allenswood and would be using these two access routes. That would have been useful information, which we haven't got, unfortunately. But going back to my original point, not providing guidance to those two crossings along Maryvale at the time when movement along that road in particular is at its maximum, in my opinion, would be quite irresponsible. I don't think I need to add any more than that. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Chester. We'll now vote on the officer's recommendation on the screens, please. So it appears that the voting is tied at this time. So, of course, to call out the vote for the record, it's Councillor Hill, Jones, May, Pizzi, Vinciulo and Chester for the motion. Against the motion, Councillor Hutton, Mercer, Rafters, Fishwick and O'Neill and myself. Being tied 6-6, that means the Mayor has the casting vote on this one. Given that there currently is not a path at this stage and giving consideration to the other asset renewals, I'll be casting my vote against. So the motion for the officer's recommendation is lost. Councillor O'Neill.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to please move my alternate.
Thank you. Could I have a seconder for the alternate for Councillor O'Neill? Councillor Rafters, sorry, Deputy Mayor. When you're ready, Councillor O'Neill.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll just go through it really quickly, and I won't chew up everyone's time, but I will point out a couple of things as I go along. Point one notes that the 25-26 budget includes the FMP 2301 Birch Place and Carew Place school links for the construction of the school construction pathways from Birch Park along Place and Carew Place, including pedestrian crossings from each cul-de-sac to Maryvale Way. Point two does not support the construction of school connection pathways from Birch Park along Birch Place and Carew Place, including pedestrian crossings from each cul-de-sac Maryvale Way to improve connectivity between Allenswood Road and the Greenwood Primary School. Point three notes requests that funding which was allocated for the pathways will be directed to the construction of a pathway through Birch Park, linking the existing PAWs through from Allenswood Road through to Birch Park and from Merivale Way to Birch Park as part of the Birch Park Revitalisation Project scheduled for delivery in financial year 2027-28. Point 4 advises the lead petition of the councillor's decision. Right. We've been through a lot of this already, and again, I'll just go back to, we have had the discussions with the residents of the area there. There is 2 kids that live in the street. I've checked this. I don't see that if we, I don't see any harm in voting for this alternate. We can put that pathway through Birch Park. It will encourage kids to go through Birch Park. They will be riding their bikes up and down the pathway. It does come out on the Merivale Way there. It's not near the car park, so there is something that we could do in terms of a crosswalk there, I suppose, at some stage. Speaking with the city administration, I'm not sure whether that's possible or not. However, it's a better option than having a crosswalk straight into the a bush path, which backs onto a car park where the cars actually reverse angularly out of that car park. So that's my first point to that one there. So I'm sure that is possible. The second one to that is that we will be saving some money there because it will be going towards something that's already is a slated project for the financial year 2027-28. It really is a lovely park, and putting a pathway through it will encourage people to actually use the park a lot more as well. It is slated for these improvements. I don't know what the improvements are at this point, but I can assume from what I've seen around the city of Joondalup, it's going to be improved amenities. There might be some barbecue areas or something like that. Kids will ride their bikes through there. They'll ride their scooters. They'll have a great time with that. Again, I reiterate that we do have to listen to the people that live in the city. I'm asking you to support the alternative and show the residents that you do hear them when they do speak. I don't want to talk on too much more, but I will say that there has been instances where, say for instance in the city of Stirling, Montrose Way, residents successfully challenged the footpath plan. It's not about being anti-pedestrian, it's about listening to the community, being physically responsible and finding a better path forward. I will leave it at that, but I'm happy to touch base on anything that anyone else brings up later on. So I'll leave it at that.
Thank you, Councillor O'Neill, and the Deputy Mayor is the seconder.
I think I've covered off on most of what I would want to say. I think putting the expenditure off, again, the prioritised listing for new paths, which was in July 2022, didn't have these 2 cul-de-sacs listed in there. So I don't understand how they managed to work their way up there, but certainly the path through the parkway was. So, and that's where this one is going. So I think reducing the creation of new pathways and looking to allocate funding into our existing renewal requirements is the better way to go. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Councillor Hutton has his hand up.
I'd like to move a procedural motion that the motion now be put.
Do I have a seconder? I seconded Councillor May. In that case, I'll do this one by show of hands. So those in favour of the motion being put? In favour of the motion being put, we have... Okay, if everyone can make a decision. So in favour of those putting the motion, we have the Deputy Mayor, Councillor Fishwick, Councillor O'Neill, Councillor May, Councillor Mercer and Councillor Hutton. And against? Against, we have myself as the Mayor, Councillor Chester, Councillor Vinciulo, Councillor Hill, Councillor Jones and Councillor Pizzi. I think that again ties 6-6. I'll be using a casting vote to say in that case the debate should then continue. Thank you. And I think it was Councillor May, you had your light on to speak to the motion earlier.
Oh, no, sorry, I didn't mean to.
Okay, that's all right. Councillor Pizzi.
I can see the motion as it is. I have no issue with the path again going through the park and to the PAW. What I have issue is that there is no children's crossing across Maryville Place, and that makes it a safety issue for children going to the school. Is there some way that we can put in a point that we request the city to look into allocating that pedestrian pathway where the PAW will come out onto Maryville Place?
Do you want that put to the director as a question, the acting director, as part of point 3 in the revitalisation of the park? Or do you want to just speak to that question? Thank you, acting director.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, any crossing point would need to be formalised on the non-path side. So there would have to be some sort of connection on that verge of some type of path coming off the road net or the roadway onto that verge to lead it to that crossing point. And that would need to be investigated because there would be costs involved in how that could be designed.
So could we just make a point, can I add an amendment to this for the city to investigate the ability to put a crossing there when this gets done?
As point 5?
Yes.
Okay. Do we have a seconder for? Seconded by Councillor O'Neill. Councillor Pizzi, do you wish to speak to it further?
No.
Councillor O'Neill.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, I do agree that we could probably investigate something like that, and a crossing way as you come out of the PRW would make sense. So I encourage you to support the amendment and the alternate as a whole, as I think we're getting somewhere as a team now.
It's Councillor Fishwick.
Just a point of order, some clarification. In relation to, if I'm correct, wrong, but I might be right, but I thought Councillor Pizzi had spoken and then she's moved an amendment. I think that's not correct. You need to move the amendment, then speak to it.
Yeah.
I think she spoke first.
Okay.
I don't think I spoke to this. I spoke to the others, but not to Councillor O'Neill's.
I think
I spoke to the amendment as a whole.
there was a long comment preceding the question, which
I
then
suppose
went
a
to
little
the
bit
director.
like question time earlier, where people had a bit of a statement before the question to explain the question.
Question time is under different rules, both under the Act and under the local law. It's not comparable.
I wasn't speaking to it. I was explaining my question, just to make it clear.
Yep. Look, I've taken it as an amendment at this time, as I said earlier. So I think let's get some clear wording from Councillor Pizzi about the amendment, because it's what I've decided earlier. So Councillor Pizzi, can we get the exact wording of your amendment?
Sorry, I would like to move a motion of dissent against the chair's ruling.
Which ruling?
The discussion took place before the amendment, and therefore the amendment is out of order.
Okay. So in that case, there's no opportunity to present on that motion, Councillor Hutton. So if everyone would like to take a vote on the question of did Councillor Pizzi speak before asking the question?
Point of order, we need a seconder, don't we, Mr. Mayor?
Can we have a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Fishwick. Could we then get a vote by show of hands of those people who believe Councillor Pizzi has already spoken, and therefore we rule the amendment out of order? Councillor Hill.
I'd just like to check what the wording was of Councillor Hutton's actual suggestion there, because now you're asking us to form an opinion as to whether she spoke first, whereas I just thought he disagreed with the decision.
So I made a ruling already that Councillor Pizzi had not spoken to the motion. I took it as a long question, and that's why I allowed her to move the amendment.
So just for clarity, I'm happy to support your decision, but I don't have a view on whether she spoke first. I can't answer that question.
Yeah, there's no debate on a motion of whether the chair's rulings to be disagreed with. So just for everyone's benefit, the ruling which I made was that Councillor Pizzi had not spoken, that she gave a long question, and therefore she was able to move the motion, and that's why I permitted Councillor May and Councillor Pizzi to be the mover and Councillor O'Neill to be the seconder. And of course, Councillor Hutton has disagreed with that ruling. So if we could have a vote of a show of hands of those people who first, it's the motion that the ruling of the presiding member be disagreed with. So those who disagree with my ruling that Councillor Pizzey had spoken. We have Councillor Hutton and Councillor Hutton, Councillor Fishwick, Councillor Chester. And those who agree with the ruling of the chair. That's myself as the mayor, the deputy mayor, Councillor O'Neill, Councillor Venchula, Councillor Pizzey, Councillor May, Councillor Jones, Councillor Mercer and Councillor Hill. So in that case, the ruling of the chair is maintained. Can we get just a clear wording of the motion from Councillor Pizzey so we can put it onto the screen? Councillor Pizzey.
For the city to investigate the ability to put a children's crossing at the PAW to across Maryville Way to improve the connectivity of the children moving from the PAW to the school in a safe manner.
Can you just specify which PAW, so which street it's on, just for the record?
The PAW cuts between the two cul-de-sacs that moves onto Maryville Way, from the park to Maryville Way.
Thank you.
The same PAW that the motion speaks to.
Yes, I'm just making sure it's in the wording. So, just the governance team, did we capture the wording? Okay, you're going to need to... Okay, we're just waiting. So, Councillor Pizzey, we have the wording on the screen. Do you agree with the wording?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor O'Neill, are you still willing to second?
Mr. Mayor, yes.
Thank you. Councillor Pizzey, do you wish to speak to it?
No.
Thank you. Councillor O'Neill?
No, I don't. I think it's fantastic.
Okay. Are there any other comments? Councillor Hill?
Yes, thanks through you, Mr. Mayor. I note that the alternate from Councillor O'Neill was submitted and circulated with an officer's comment, and which is very extensive with the closing comment. As such, the alternate motion cannot be supported. Now that we have a different amendment before us, could I ask the officers to comment specifically as to whether this changes the officer's comment or whether they wish to restate anything? Thank you.
I'll go to the acting director.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. It doesn't really change the officer's comment because the officer's comment was greater than just the crossover to school. It was the end point. It's actually getting the children, mothers with prams and so forth, to that actual crossing point safely.
Thank you. Just a brief comment, if I may, through you, Mr. Mayor. Yep, so just noting the timing for submission of this alternate and the extensive officer's comment, I'd just like to ensure that elected members do thoroughly read the officer's comment, including the last part, prior to voting on this alternative. Thank you.
Are there any other comments? Councillor Venchula.
Just briefly, thank you through you. Look, it's clearly evident from my perspective that there is a lot of work still to be done, and there's obviously some clarity that needs to be achieved. I personally don't think we're there yet. I can't support this on the basis of the fact that I think it needs to go back and then come forward. So that's my position on it.
Thank you, Councillor Vinciulo. Are there any other comments? Councillor May.
Just a brief comment. This has been done to death tonight, I think, and I'm cautious about the perception of the council by the way it's kind of gone about tonight. I think the amendment is a positive step, but I'm just hopeful that we can just move on with this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor May. Are there any other comments? All right, Councillor Pizzi is the mover. Do you wish to close?
No.
No? All right, let's go to the vote on the amendment. Declare the voting closed and the item is carried. We revert to the alternate from Councillor O'Neill, amended. We can now get that up. Thank you. Councillor, are there any other comments on this item? I think mostly everyone's spoken now. Councillor O'Neill, do you wish to close?
Just briefly, thank you, everyone. I appreciate everyone's input. I think we've got something right here now, and I encourage you to vote for this alternate.
Thank you. If we could vote on the screens. Thank you. I invite everyone to cast their votes. I declare the voting closed and the item is carried. Moving then on to the next item.
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor.
Oh, sorry.
So over here, briefly.
We'll need a reason.
I think the reason required for departure from officer's recommendation.
Thank you, Councillor Hill. Councillor O'Neill, we'll need a reason.
Sorry, my head's all over the place. I'm just actually, if we could make the reasoning just for the reasons that I put in before, is in the interest of the residents of the suburb of Greenwood and their requests.
Thank you, Councillor O'Neill. Moving to the next item, which is item 1220. There was a request to have the items on this one voted separately at the briefing session by Councillor O'Neill, and subsequently there's been an alternate which has been put in but received quite late. So I'll probably be looking to move then the officer's recommendation, and then Councillor O'Neill, you have to foreshadow just because it was in the last 24 hours. Just because everyone feels, yeah, we have the same procedures for everyone. All right, I'm willing to move the officer's recommendation. Could I get a seconder? Councillor Vinciulo. Thank you. I'm not going to speak at length to this one, just to highlight some elements that are in the motion itself as it currently stands and the importance of considering those ones. Of course, there's the foreshadowed one from Councillor O'Neill at this point. I think a lot of the contentious elements have come around point 6, where there's certain projects which are at this time partially funded between the local government and the state. There's been discussions among different members about whether to accept election commitments and how far we should go towards accepting those. I think one of the things we need to be very careful of on this particular motion is reputation management and stakeholder management with both the state members that we have in our area, the federal member, but in addition to that, the relative political parties as well, is that these election commitments, it's not just the local members who are involved in them. Sometimes it's the Premier or sometimes it's the Minister. So we need to be quite careful how we deal with items such as this. Looking at the certain projects here, some of these projects are unfunded, even with the federal funding, particularly the ones in point 6, and that's why the officer's recommendation does go to the point of saying we should assess these projects to determine what is the scope, how much money there is required for these different projects, and what are the funding requirements for them as a whole. And then, of course, given them going down the road, the next step would say, what is the shortfall in funding between the federal funding and what our funding is, and whether that project fits within our plan for the 10-year financial plan and our future budgets. So this isn't locking us in to say that, yes, if we vote this through on number 6, that we are going to deliver all of these. Some of this is saying we'll need to have some discussions about, do we need further election commitments to deliver these different items or not? So I'd encourage everyone to have that in the back of their mind in these discussions, is that, yes, on one side, I do take the point, which is a large concern, and this is not focused at a particular party or an individual, but it is the case that state and federal politicians do pledge money, and they don't pledge the full amount. In some cases, they're pledging 10, 20%, and then they're asking the local government to come up with the rest. And in many cases, what they're actually doing is they're not making an election commitment. They're pledging the ratepayers of Joondalup to make their election commitment happen, rather than them actually talking with the ratepayers and talking with the city about what is the priority in the district and what needs to happen. So, but part of that is also stakeholder management going into the next elections. How can we develop those relationships with the state and federal members that they do end up pledging things that line up with our capital works program, rather than going off and pledging things that don't quite match. So I'd encourage everyone to support the officer's recommendation. I am sympathetic to the concerns that I know a number of elected members have, but it's just, how do we manage these relationships? It is, there's always the potential with election commitments we can just say no if the details don't line up. We can just say no through point 6. But at the same time, when we say no, we've also got to be careful about when we do say no and when we say yes. Because when we say no, do we give the signal that, Joondalup's not a partner that the state, federal members can get beside for with their elections to make commitments and work with us on things. So I'll stop there. I'll address any concerns in response. But I know there's a fair amount of discussion on this one. So I'll open it up to further debate. Councillor Hill.
Yes, thanks. Just a question through you, if I may. Just like to get some clarity perhaps from the CEO regarding advocacy for these projects.
Point of order, Mr Mayor. I believe Councillor Vincillo was seconder.
Yeah, I just realised that as well. I apologise.
Happy to defer to
Councillor Vincillo.
Councillor Vincillo.
Thank you, through you. I'll be brief. Concur with a lot of what you had to say, Mayor. What I will stress is that as a city, it is imperative that we look over, nurture and develop the relationships with our key stakeholders, and you don't get any bigger stakeholder than the state and federal government. I think as a city we've done pretty well over the last 10 years, and I would like to continue to maintain those relationships, and if not, grow them even further. So when we look at this evening, factor the relationship building, and as we have covered already, nothing locks us in, but the way we go about it, the way we conduct ourselves, and the way we deliver on this is critical. So I implore you to read carefully and take the recommendation as is. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Vincillo, and I'll go to Councillor Hill with this question.
Yes, thanks to you, Mr Mayor. So in line with Councillor Vincillo's comments, this is focused on stakeholder management, and I just think it would be helpful to get some clarity on what level of advocacy it takes place before members of state or federal parliament to commit to election funding promises. And my assumption would be that they're in some way discussed with the city rather than just being put out there. So I'd appreciate some commentary on that. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to the CEO. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hill, for that question. I beg your pardon, through you, presiding member. Elected members will be aware from the quarterly reports on advocacy that are provided to them as part of the CEO's quarterly performance review report. That advocacy is in effect continuous and takes place all year round. It involves dozens of meetings each quarter with local members, relevant state and federal government ministers, opposition figures, influences in and outside of their offices. It's part of a advocacy effort that's guided by the advocacy framework and investment attraction framework that obviously bears fruit most obviously and visibly around election times when commitments are made, because that's when politicians judge that they will have the most electoral impact with voters. But in a sense, what emerges in the run-up immediately before an election is a bit like the tip of the iceberg, and the work that the city does in the 3 or 4 years, depending on whether it's the federal or state election cycle, is a bit like the 90% of the iceberg that's underwater, but without which the iceberg wouldn't exist, and without which, in effect, these commitments made by both state and federal government wouldn't occur.
Thank you. Councillor Hill.
Yes, I'd just comment, thanks to the CEO. I think it's good that the elected members are well informed regarding the whole process. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hill. Any further comments? Councillor O'Neill.
Yes, I'd just like to foreshadow my alternate. I won't be supporting this. I do have a number of reasons for it. Obviously, one of them being that I do believe that there is a problem that we have at the moment, and that the city of Joondalup is left to pick up and pay for commitments that are made by state and federal members trying to get elected. But I will leave it up to everyone else to vote how they feel on this. But yeah, I do have a problem with it, so I won't be supporting this one.
Thank you, Councillor O'Neill. Are there any other comments? Councillor Pizzey.
Just that I'll be supporting the city's recommendation, but will note that through policy committee, we can maybe look at point 8, that the Chief Executive Officer draft a policy to align with the Council's approach to state and federal government commitments, and have that presented to policy committee. That can be done through that avenue. So I'll be supporting it as it is tonight.
Okay, thank you. Any further comments? Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Following on from Councillor Pizzey's comments there, similar thoughts of having an amendment where we have at point 8 from Councillor O'Neill's alternate put in as an amendment onto this one, so that we do look at having a policy created to have a more steady approach to how these commitments are looked at by the council.
Thank you. Is that a request for an amendment?
Yes, please.
Okay. I'll have Councillor O'Neill to second. If we can then add from Councillor O'Neill's amendment, if we have that wording.
I've got it on the screen.
Thank you. Councillor Deputy Mayor, do you wish to speak to it now?
Yes, look, I think I understand the points made in the officer's recommendation, and clarifying that some items are not going forward. But I think going forward is having a policy that potential future candidates and existing state and federal members can look at and at least contemplate where we're coming from, and give a little bit of guidance so that we're not getting promises out of the left field, and that we are looking for, full coverage as much as we can. So what I want to have is not have state and federal members dictating the order of which capital investments are made by the city. We've got a very careful approach we need to be taking. We saw it arise in the recent state and federal elections where other local governments were having their priority listing for buildings dictated and moved around by funding promises by state and federal government. So I think if we want to be able to steer the ship in the direction we want, yes, we want to maintain good relationships with the state and federal guys, but we also need to be giving them some direction as to where we want to go and not being purely opportunistic in the approach that we'll take whatever they'll throw our way and then change everything that we have planned in our priority listing. So we need to be setting some form of direction for our city. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Aftis. Councillor O'Neill.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A lot of people think I run at things like a bull, and that is mostly true. However, sometimes you do have to realise when you look at things that perhaps the small steps are still steps. I think this is a positive step. I'm happy with point 8, happy to support it, and then I'd be happy to support the recommendation in full from the city. Understanding that we will move forward with the CEO to draft a policy, which is something that could be important further down the track for everyone involved. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor O'Neill. Councillor Hill.
Yes, thanks through you, Mr. Mayor. Again, I'm frustrated with the timing of submission of Councillor O'Neill's alternative to this, but I refer to it now since point 8 appears to have been extracted and brought into the item before us, and I'm looking at the officer's recommendation and trying to interpret specific to point 8. So I'd just like to seek an officer's comment specifically relating to this point 8 and specifically referencing the existing city's advocacy framework. Thank you.
Thank you. Who would like to take that? Director Parry or the CEO?
Thank you, Councillor Hill, through you, presiding member. Given that I've not had much time to contemplate the wording of the amendment that's been proposed, my observation would be that it probably won't be very difficult for the administration to draft a policy because we already in effect have a policy, so we could review it in effect, perhaps represent it, bearing in mind the points that have been made in the debate tonight, as well as the reasoning, the rationale given by Councillor O'Neill in his alternate, which we would again need to consider because of the relatively short time we would have had to look at it. But yes, we can do it, but I don't think it'll be a lot of work because we've already got such a policy. We can recraft it, bearing in mind the comments that have been made in the discussion tonight.
Thank you. If I may comment briefly then, I just interpret from that effectively the advocacy framework already deals with this matter, and I don't see a point in drafting a new policy, especially if it's got to wait till December 26, more than 12 months away. So for me, I don't support this amendment, point 8. I'm looking at the email that came in today. It says December 26. That's what I'm looking at. I don't know if is that 25 on the screen? It says 26. It says 26, yeah. So it's a long time to wait for something that already exists. So I don't support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hill. Further comments on the amendment? All right. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Do you wish to close?
Certainly. Let's not be confused. We've got an advocacy framework, but that doesn't necessarily provide a guide for those people making promises as to how we're going to approach election. That's an area where we're sort of looking for things, but it also includes such random things as AFL teams and soccer teams, etc. So, from my point of view, when advocacy trips have been taken and been in the room where questions have been raised, what are we going to advocate for? And the response was typically around we're opportunistic around what things are going to be thrown our way. So we go there with an open mind, and that's great to do. But again, we're going there to be, are we going there to push our agenda, or we just get, thrown the crumbs and then we're happy to take direction. So having a policy which gives at least those in state and federal government an indication of what we're looking for, when they are looking to throw something our way that is not on our advocacy list, then I think it's an improvement on what we have. Thank you.
Thank you, Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I guess we'll now vote on the amendment. If you can cast your vote on the screens. Thank you. I declare the voting closed and the item is carried. Moving then back to the substantive motion amended. Is there any final commentary? No? In that case, I don't really wish to exercise a right of reply, just to say thank you for everyone's comments, and especially for Councillor O'Neill for being understanding. I know it's been quite a focus of his trying to make sure that we have some balance with our election commitments. So I'd encourage everyone to support the motion as it now stands. Thank you. Thank you. The voting's open. Thank you, and the item is carried unanimously. The next item is the asset management plan, which I have down for the Deputy Mayor to withdraw and move. I just want to say to everyone, we are now approaching 11 o'clock, so I'd encourage everyone maybe to keep their comments brief for the remainder of the meeting, if that is possible. We'll still try to get to everyone if there's amendments and things, but I encourage everyone to be brief, given we are now quite late into the night. So, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to move the item as tabled. Thank you.
Thank you. Could I have a seconder? And Councillor Hosson is the seconder. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. Pleased to get the report presented to us from a request. Also note the additional more detailed asset management plans which feed into the asset management strategy. Those plans actually give us a lot more usable information, and I'd be pleased to have those for consideration each year as part of our budget process and strategic financial plan. I do have a question, though, as to why we're being sought to endorse those asset management plans when others have been just taken to be endorsed by the CEO. Thank you.
Thank you, and we'll go to the Acting Director. Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'll get the Manager of Asset Management Services to respond.
Whenever this manager's ready.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. In the past, the city has not formally documented our asset management plans. Those have been more of a working internal documents. Over the course of the last 6 to 8 months, we've worked through to develop these asset management plans and felt, as part of the standard integrated planning and reporting framework approach, bringing them to council for support was the best method to go forward.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor.
I appreciate that, and I certainly appreciate being provided the plans, but I'm just curious as to why they perhaps would not be given their own item on the agenda and not, instead of being tacked onto what was in effect a response to a notice of motion for the strategy documents. So I think there's a lot in those asset management plans that we would want to dig further into and have better understanding of, and perhaps be presented with at a strategy session or even as a budget session. But in terms of endorsing them, I do have hesitation without having a formal session on those quite detailed plans. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other comments on the asset management strategy? No, I think I'd have Councillor Hutton as the seconder. Are you? No? In that case, Councillor Aftis, do you wish to close or? No? All right. Can we just move straight to the vote then? Could I have those in favour of the officer's recommendation as it is? And Councillor Pizzi is out of the room, so I declare the vote closed and the item is carried. The next item is Notice of Motion 1, Councillor Hutton for CBD parking.
Happy to move.
Move it as written. Thank you. Seconded by Councillor Hill. Oh, we've moved this one. Yep. We'll get to the en bloc motion after this, sir. We've already moved to the other motion. Okay. Sorry, we'll just pause where we are at the moment. We're just going to do an en bloc motion for the rest of the motions on the agenda. So I will come back to you, Councillor Hutton. So, starting with 12.3, 12.4, 12.6, 12.8, 12.9, 12.14, 12.15, 12.16, and that should be all of them. So if we... Yep. Councillor Jones is the mover. I'm willing to second. Councillor Jones, do you wish to speak? No? Neither do I. Any further comments? No? We'll just go straight to the vote then. And for the new councillors, we're just voting all these through at once because no one wishes to speak to them. Thank you. I declare the voting closed and the item carried unanimously. So we'll return back to Notice of Motion 1. And Councillor Hutton and Hill, are you willing to still move in second? Thank you. Councillor Hutton, when you're ready.
Yeah, I'll just quickly take you through it. So this motion is that Council requests the CEO prepare a report that, 1, clarifies the current delineation between the city centre core and outer areas of the Joondalup CBD parking scheme, including maps showing current boundaries, and 2, assesses and reports on any adjustments to these boundaries or related parking provisions in light of existing and approved commercial developments within the CBD, with the report to be presented to Council by March 2026. Now, for some context, earlier this year, the City completed a comprehensive view of CBD parking arrangements, resulting in the establishment of 2 distinct parking zones, City Centre Core and City Centre Outer. City Centre Core effectively has 30 minutes of free on-street parking with a 2-hour time limit, whereas City Centre Outer provides all-day on-street parking. And the idea was this was meant to accommodate longer stays, whereas the City Centre Core was meant to accommodate short-term visits and high turnover and errands and the like. Now, these changes have generally been well received, including reduced off-street parking fees, with all-day parking now available for $5 in open-air car parks, which is aiming to support local businesses and increase occupancy. However, some commercial tenancies in the City Centre Outer have raised concerns following the removal of time restrictions from on-street parking, which has negatively impacted parking turnover and hindered the activation of vacant commercial tenancies, affecting the vibrancy and economic viability of the area. The recent JDAP approval of a multi-storey mixed-use development at 2 Wise Street in the outer CBD further underscores the need to clarify the rationale behind the current zone delineations and consider whether reclassification is warranted. A detailed report addressing these matters will ensure the City's parking management framework remains effective, supports ongoing commercial growth and responds to community and business needs. Now, just to step you through how we got ourselves to where we are today, obviously as a council we passed the changes as through the budget process. They came into effect on July 1. Very early in July, it became evident to some businesses in the outer area that they had had timed parking there since the buildings were constructed 25, 30 years ago, and suddenly overnight that timed parking was removed. There was initially a concern basically that parking would then be taken by users of the train station or just business owners, business users from surrounding premises, people who work there and staff members. that issue effectively has eventuated, where now when you want to pop into one of these premises, whether it be to your local MP, a health provider, the restaurant or the cafe, effectively most of the parking bays are now all taken, and they're not taken by customers who are coming and going, they're actually taken by people who are staying there all day. Now, obviously, when this concern was first raised, we went through the official procedure, we raised it with the administration, there was a lot of back and forward. This then culminated in the request from the administration that if we wanted to make an adjustment, given it was done through a budget process, there would have to be a notice of motion. Unfortunately, that notice of motion was going to be raised during the caretaker period. That's now been delayed, which is why this has been moved now. I would just make the final point that I'm of the opinion that the boundaries that were created initially, well, they weren't abstract, but they were based on planning requirements. I think there was probably an oversight into the degree of need in certain streets to provide high turnover. So that's why we've found ourselves in this situation. I would like to see, hopefully, this rectified as soon as possible. However, the administration's request has been that this report, it should be done through a report, and the report should come back by March 2026, allowing the budget process. If there is an appetite to deal with this sooner, I'm all ears to that. But at the moment, as I say, the suggestion is that this be dealt with by a report in March 2026, which will come back with all of the data, and then we can make an informed decision on hopefully changing these. Now, there is also note in the comment too, a review was going to take place anyway. However, some of the requirements of this review, particularly the delineation between the sites, was not a consideration of that review. And as was mentioned earlier on today in the comment made by a community member, there is actually additional there's additional circumstances in that precinct where there is a section which is not captured by any paid parking but still has time restrictions. So basically we've uncovered some other potential issues that need to be looked into and queried, just to make sure we have a consistent approach that actually reflects not just our planning frameworks, but actually reflects the businesses that exist in each location and making sure the parking is meeting its requirements. I would make the final point, which is around this area, there is actually space that is suitable for all-day parking, but unfortunately that's not being used, and people are parking all day in the spaces which are more suitable for high turnover. So this isn't a shortage of parking issue, this is just making sure that the appropriate parking spots are being used for the appropriate use at the time. So that's part of the consideration. But as I say, I encourage you to support this as is written, unless there is an appetite to do something even sooner. But obviously happy to follow the guidance of the administration to achieve a better outcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hutton. Councillor Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The reason for this notice of motion refers to a recent comprehensive review of CBD parking arrangements, resulting in the establishment of two distinct parking zones designated as City Centre Core and City Centre Outer. When Council supported the revised CBD parking arrangements in March this year, I do not recall any clear definition in the Council meeting agenda regarding these two zones. Question, if I may, to Director Lee. Please can, through you, Mr. Mayor, please can the Director clarify the extent of these zones and the rationale used to delineate these zones? Thank you.
Director Lee.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. One of the principles underpinning the review of our parking for the city centre was to try and make things as simple as possible. Over the years, there had been several amendments made that collectively made the parking situation in the city centre quite complicated, where on one stretch of street we were dealing with potentially 3 different types of management arrangements. So looking to apply a simplified approach and wanting to ensure that we're providing turnover of bays where businesses required the most, as well as long-term parking that would allow people to park on typically the outer part of the city centre and still spend the day in the city. We aligned the boundary or the delineation with the Joondalup City Centre Place Activation Plan. It, at the time, felt like it made sense because there was a defined boundary in the city centre. That boundary was communicated in the council report, but I do note that a map wasn't provided as part of the business case. You'd have to refer to the activation city centre plan to line the two up.
Thank you. So just to clarify from that, then the two zones that were used for parking arose out of a planning document that wasn't really included in the council agenda. And I do have a simplified approach to suggest going forward. I'm going to quote from the minutes of the ordinary council meeting that took place in March this year. It says, a range of options were considered and assessed against multiple criteria, identifying a preferred option that includes the following: a reduction in parking fees across the city centre, the introduction of rounded numbers for parking fees for ease of use, standardisation of parking time limits, brackets 2 hours, and hours of applicability, 8 a.m. to 5:30 p.m. Monday to Friday, simplification of delineations of parking areas, on-street core, on-street outer, and off-street. The delineation of core, outer for on-street parking aligns with the boundary of Joondalup City Centre Place Activation Strategy and the introduction of a period of free parking, 30 minutes for on-street parking in the city centre core. The reason I read all that out is because it doesn't say anywhere that areas that are currently or will remain untimed either in the core or in the outer area. In summary, I do not believe that Council was fully informed regarding these zones. My understanding was that the review of CBD parking was designed to provide 30 minutes free parking on street parking bays to reduce the cost of CBD parking and to increase utilisation of the city's car parks. It came as a complete surprise to me that business owners in Wise Street overnight had adjacent street parking bays change from timed parking to untimed parking. It seems to me that this was an unintended consequence of the council decision, perhaps because the two separate zones were not explained to council, nor were they discussed during the council meeting. Given that Wise Street is close to Joondalup train station, it seems that parking bays adjacent to business premises are being used for long-term parking by people who are taking the train to work in Perth CBD or possibly by employees of businesses that operate nearby in Joondalup CBD. Unfortunately, as a result of this, patrons of businesses in Wise Street are having difficulty in finding nearby parking spots. This is detrimental to these businesses. I do note that close to Wise Street there are many street parking bays located adjacent to the train line which are not adjacent to established businesses. These parking bays are underutilised, perhaps because they are located slightly further away from Joondalup train station. I encourage the city to rectify this unintended consequence and reinstate timed parking on Wise Street and any other streets adjacent to established businesses. With regard to separate CBD parking zones, I would encourage the city to amend the parking zones into zones which have timed street parking and zones which have untimed parking. This simple change would result in parking arrangements that take due regard of all businesses within our CBD. I would appreciate if this change can be considered in the report coming back to Council so that this unintended consequence can be rectified by 1st of July 2026 or preferably sooner. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hill. Any further comments? Councillor O'Neill.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just really quickly wanted to request some clarity from the city in relation to a statement Councillor Hill just made that in relation to the delineation of particular roads. Is this report for just those particular roads to be discussed later?
We'll go to the Director Lee.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. My interpretation of the notice of motion would be to, as part of the city's broader consideration that Council's already asked us to undertake through the budget process to review the parking fees or the performance of the change in parking fees, we'd also be reviewing the boundaries that have been established aligned with the place activation plan for the city centre. Whilst I understand the genesis of the notice of motion relates to a specific street in the southern part of our city centre, the city's approach would be consider the boundary more in its entirety. So we'd be looking at the principles that underpin the boundary, but also acknowledging the very specific issue of this southern corner of the city centre, Wise Street, Collier Pass, Onslow Place, and the like.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. It will be quite broad spectrum. Happy to support this notice of motion.
Thank you, Councillor O'Neill. Any further comments? We'll just go back to Councillor Hutton to close.
Yeah, and thank you all. Just one final point when it comes to these delineations. Obviously, we don't necessarily believe that it has to be a strict boundary. You can actually potentially take a street by street of what's required. And obviously those requirements do change over time. So I guess that's just part of the thinking here. And I would obviously refer you to this development at 2 Wise Street. For those not familiar, this precinct, which is just south of Collier Pass, south of the Joondalup train station, there is 2 or 3 large vacant blocks there that are owned by, I think, the state government, which are being developed into multi-storey office blocks. So this area is going to become more dense. It's actually going to have more of the development we're trying to encourage, but it's therefore going to put more pressure on those on-street bays. We did have a discussion about obviously through the construction phase, but through the first construction phase, they're actually using one of the unused blocks as the construction parking, so that shouldn't be as much of an issue. But there does need to be a general rethink. But as I say, we want to look at the delineation. Doesn't necessarily mean there has to be a big box. That's what there is at the moment. This is the box, and everything that's in the box is one. And if you're outside the box, you're not. We actually want, I guess, a more focused street by street potential approach. And then there does need to be the acknowledgement that adjustments are made. And I would just refer you back to when we made this decision. We did always acknowledge that the new system, Park Easy, was going to provide more data, and that data was going to allow us to be nimble and agile and make adjustments. Unfortunately, because this has been tied into the budget process, these changes...
Point of order.
Thank you, Councillor May.
I understand closing comments are to summarise existing points made, not introduce new content.
I think in many ways Councillor Hutton is addressing some of the comments that we raised in his opening statement, and Councillor Hill, I would though encourage Councillor Hutton to be brief.
Yeah, no, thank you.
Try and constrain the comments.
No, just making the final point, which with the new system, we obviously have the data-driven approach, and it's obviously unfortunate that because this is tied into the budget, it has to happen on a July 1 approach. I would have rather we could have made these changes quicker, but that's probably something we need to consider, how we can make that adjustment. But as I say, encourage you to support this motion, and hopefully we can get this addressed as soon as possible. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Hutton. And we'll just go to a vote on the screens, if that's okay. Thank you. I declare the voting closed and the item is carried. Thank you, and thank you for attending the meeting as well there in the audience. I know this was the motion you came for, so thank you for staying the evening. We'll now move to 16.2, Notice of Motion 2. Councillor Pizzi, do you wish to move it as written?
Yes, please.
Thank you. I'm willing to second. Whenever you're ready.
Thanks. This motion is about cutting out unnecessary red tape, respecting the time of our volunteers groups, and putting in black and white what has already been the practice of the city for years. It also allows for future areas within the city of Joondalup to be assessed for turtle nest protection. The turtle tracking and nest preservation program is not new. I was involved before being a councillor as a volunteer. I worked alongside the Friends groups when the Saving Our Neck Turtle initiative was established. I've seen firsthand the level of commitment, hours on ground, and the genuine care these volunteers contribute to protecting local biodiversity. These groups aren't asking for funding windfalls. They aren't asking for special treatment. They're simply asking the city not to make them renegotiate basic support every single nesting season. That's a waste of their time and ours. This motion brings clarity. It provides a formal documented commitment so these groups can plan confidently for next year. It maintains the city's existing level of support, nothing more, nothing less, and avoids the annual back and forth that adds administrative burden without delivering any additional value to the community. Most importantly, it acknowledges the enormous environmental and educational impact this program has delivered: a stable turtle population, citizen science engagement, improved awareness of predation pressures, and strong collaboration between DBCA and 2 local governments. Supporting this motion is supporting a program that already works, already delivers, and already reflects the values we uphold as a city. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Pizzi. Just a short comment from myself. Look, the turtle tracking program has been an important part of trying to support the snake-necked turtle over in Yallagongga Regional Park. Of course, as far as the 3-year aspect in it, I think what's not included in the officer's comment, which is, I think, lays out the situation as it is currently. What's not included here is the reason why the 3-year aspect, the original 3-year agreement, is it was related to a PhD candidate's research program. And so that's how it originally was a 3-year agreement. And of course, as that came to an end, Mr. Santoro moved on, and then there was a discussion with the Friends groups and the cities to proceed with the program. As far as the motion, as far as what it achieves, the Friends groups have always had very good relationships with the cities and the relevant managers. Does it achieve anything additional? I think the officer's comment on page 26 really highlights that. So even without this motion, the city is actually supporting the Friends groups. That there was a meeting back in August, and as part of that meeting, the parties had already agreed, the Friends of Yellowgonga and the others had already agreed that we were continuing nest protection, and the city was going to continue with materials for the Friends groups and supporting the activities to protect nests and turtle tracking activities. So the content of this motion is something, as Councillor Pizzi said in her opening statement, it's already all happening. So does it add additional clarity? I think it's good that there's a council motion in place that we can say, yes, formally the council is supporting these activities, but in practice, we haven't really had much friction with the City of Joondalup or the City of Whangarei or DBCA around this, as the officer's comment indicates on page 207, is that it's an important activity, and the city officers have been very supportive, as they are often with many of the other conservation activities within the regional park. So I would encourage people to support the motion, and as I think most of the council here is aware, I'm on the committee for the Friends of Yellowgonga and the current treasurer, so I see a lot of the partnership programs that are already occurring. So the city's doing a lot to support us already without this motion, so yeah, I guess it's a nice to have, but it's positive. So I'll stop there. Thank you. Councillor Hill.
Yes, thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor, for good order and for the avoidance of doubt. I have reviewed the officer's comments, but it doesn't specifically say in there whether the officers support this current motion. So for clarity, I'd just like to check that with the relevant city officer. Thank you.
Is that Director Parry? Director Parry.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, yes, the city supports the recommendation because we are already undertaking these activities.
Thank you. And just as a follow-up, can I just also check with the city officer there whether it's also was supported by City of Whangarei and DBCA? Thank you.
Thank you. Director Parry.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, that is correct. The partnership still continues, but on a more limited scale.
Thank you. That's good to confirm that. I'm happy to support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Hill. Further comments? Councillor O'Neill.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just one thing quickly, seeking just a small amendment in point 2. Third line there, it says the city will provide materials to support the nesting program. I think maybe perhaps change it to the city will consider providing materials.
This changes the intent of the motion, and the city already provides those materials. It adds no capital cost to the city, so I would reject that.
Sorry, you can't interrupt Councillor O'Neill as he is raising an amendment, and it's not your role as a council member to rule on whether a motion is substantive or not, a substantive change or not. So I'll first hear Councillor O'Neill and his intent, what he intends to do, and then we'll make some decisions about it.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, it's just a word change there, and obviously will consider providing instead of the city will provide materials. That seems like an indefinite and maybe a little bit of an overstatement of the intent of what it actually is.
Okay. I will go to the Director for advice, whether Director Parry's of the opinion that this is a substantive change or whether it's really just of a smaller procedural nature. Director Parry.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I don't think amending to considering would add anything to the recommendation. The in-kind contributions that we are currently providing to support the program include signage, promotion and awareness through the city's media channels and some equipment for turtle nest protection. Also contributing to continued targeted fox control, but that's a little separate as well, but sort of related to it. But the in-kind support that we're providing at the moment is very, very minimal.
Point of order. Can I just suggest that the whole point of this motion is to stop the need and wasting the time of volunteer groups having to ask for those materials that were provided, and that it just gets done next year. It's not continual, it's only for one more year.
I think I draw you to what is the point of order you'd like to raise under the meeting procedures.
Sorry?
What is the point of order that you'd like to raise under the meeting procedures?
But it is changing substantially the motion and the intent of the motion. Because my intent of the motion is to have to stop wasting friends groups' times asking for those materials. And now they're going to have to ask for them anyway because it's not in the motion anymore.
I think we're going to consult the meeting procedures, whether something is substantive or not. It'll be about amendments. Thank you. After consulting the meeting procedures, so as far as dealing with the different points that have been raised, firstly from the Director of Governance, that it doesn't actually in a material way change the support given it's already there at this time, but taking on board that Councillor O'Neill wishes to add the words "to consider." It's my belief that that would change the intent of the motion, although not entirely. Although I go to clause 1912(2) of the meeting procedures, which says amendment must be relevant to the primary motion, which it is, and must not have the effect of negating the primary motion. I don't see that it negates the primary motion as an entirety, but I do think it is a substantive change, Councillor O'Neill, so I think that's probably more suitable in an alternate rather than an amendment form. So at this stage, I'll be striking that one out.
Understood. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. May I continue?
Sure.
Thank you. This now being settled, I do support this. I think it is really good. My earlier comments was just around making sure that all the T's were crossed and the I's were dotted. But yeah, I think it's a good little thing. There's not enough of this that goes on in some of the other cities, and the turtle preservation is important within the city, and hopefully we can do more with this.
Thank you, Councillor. Any further comments? Councillor Pizzey.
Thank you. Just very briefly, Just the initiation of this was because Friends of Yalagonga posted issues with the programming this year, and so that's what triggered this notice of motion. Point 3 is also a point of difference to what is happening at the minute and the negotiation that was had with the city, because it touches on increased locations and the Friends Group's ability to go into more areas within the bushland areas to protect the nests. So that is why the motion was moved. Councillors, the choice here is straightforward. Either we lock in a proven partnership model and show volunteers that we respect their time, or we continue forcing them into unnecessary cycle of renegotiation each season. This motion does not create a new cost pressure, it does not create a new obligation, it formalises what we already do and ensures continuity for a program that is environmentally significant and community-led. I moved this notice of motion because I believe in this program. I have watched volunteers track turtles in all hours of the day and evening, protecting nests, collecting data and helping conserve a species that is genuinely vulnerable in our urban landscape. Their work is a public good. The least we can do is give them certainty and remove barriers, not create more hoops for them to jump through. A vote for this motion is a vote for the environment, a vote for volunteer groups who have stepped up and delivered year after year, and a vote to ensure the next season that this program continues without disruption and without red tape and with full support of the council. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Pizzi. We'll move to a vote on the item. Thank you. I declare the vote closed and the item passes unanimously. We still have one item left on the agenda of the reports, but just before we go there, I will go through item 13, reports of committees. Mr. CEO, do we have any?
We do not.
Thank you. And 14, reports from the Chief Executive Officer.
There are none.
And is there any urgent business?
There is not.
Thank you, Mr. CEO. In that case, we then move to the confidential section of tonight's agenda to hear item 12.5, status of legal actions. Could I get the motion on the screen to close the meeting to the public? Thank you. I'm willing to move. Councillor O'Neill, second. I don't wish to speak to it. This is just to close the meeting and for those relevant employees to stay. Councillor O'Neill? No? All right. We'll go to the vote then if we can. Should we do this by show of hands? Could I have those all in favour? And that carries unanimously. Thank you. Thank you. So we've now got a motion to resume the order of business. If we could have that one up for everyone. So in accordance with the council resumes the operation of clause 4.3 of the City of Joondalup Meeting Procedures Local Law Order of Business. I'm willing to move. Could I get a seconder? Councillor Hill. By show of hands, those all in favour? That carries unanimously. Thank you. We then move on to item 17, announcement of notice of motion for the next ordinary meeting. Are there any notices? Councillor Hutton.
Yeah, sorry, I just wanted to provide an update. I flagged the notice of motion before, but it's been redrafted, so it'll be submitted to the next meeting. It's requesting the Chief Executive Officer prepare a report evaluating the city's sister-city relationship, including an assessment of its cost and benefit, and providing options for the future of the arrangement. And then point 2 is request that the report referred to in item 1 is presented to Council no later than May 2026 in order for an outcome to be considered as part of the 2026-27 annual budget.
Thank you, Councillor Hutton. Are there any other announcements? Yep, Councillor O'Neill.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Notice of motion for next month for the CEO to begin publishing the attendance rates of all elected members for all council and committee meetings quarterly, beginning from January 2026.
Thank you, Councillor O'Neill. Any further motions? No, it appears not. Just before we close, I'd like to thank everyone for their attendance and their patience with the elements of the meeting procedures. I'd also like to encourage everyone to try and next meeting get their amendments and alternates in well in advance. I think that would speed up the meeting, given that we've concluded the meeting tonight at 11:34 p.m. So I close the meeting at 11:34 p.m. Thank you, everyone, for attendance.